Okay, I have never played Diablo 4 before. I have played a ton of Diablo in my life. I started playing Diablo in like middle school. I played Diablo 2 way back when it first came out, very long time ago. Was really excited for Diablo 3, played it on launch. Followed all of the drama with Diablo 3 and the auction house. I maintain that Blizzard getting rid of the auction house in Diablo 3 is possibly the most like ethical decision in the history of game design, and I don't think it'll ever happen again with a game of that level of prestige and budget. So I think Diablo 3 ended up in a pretty good place with the Reaper of Souls expansion. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I played a decent number of seasons. While I say I haven't played Diablo 4, I can't say I know nothing about this game. It has generated discourse, that's for sure. And we're going to talk about that a little bit while we play. I'm playing with my friend Kat, who has been hooked on this since it came out, right? You're still having a good time with it?
Yeah, I would say a good time.
I don't mean to say that in a negative way. I already
Yeah,
sound
no,
like I'm being negative.
it sounds
but...
so loaded, right? But no, I am still currently having a good time. Me and my buddy are still playing it actively, but I think we're kind of the target audience, which I'm sure you'll probably get to at some point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's going to be interesting while we play, because I think that there's like a curse associated with Diablo-like games and action RPGs in general. There's this idea of cursed problems in game design, right, where you have some fantasy of how you want the game to work, but then the math just doesn't pan out that's fun. And I think that some of the ideals of action RPGs are kind of fundamentally cursed, that when you want to make gear that has all kinds of interesting affixes on it, you end up with that problem where you spend more time appraising the gear than actually playing the game and killing monsters and stuff. And that's probably at its worst in a game like Path of Exile, where a lot of that game is appraisal. But I think there's also, I don't know what I would call it, like the curse of innocence or the curse of naivety or something. Like, there's a lot of game concepts that work perfectly fine when you're a young kid, or you're otherwise disconnected from Wikipedia and YouTube guides and walkthroughs and stuff like that. Not only are you not aware of what the meta is, you're not able to search for the meta, right? So you can just play a game and just have fun and not think about, am I wasting time? Am I playing this half as efficiently as I could be, 80% as efficiently as I could be? And I think we see that curse of innocence show up in a lot of online games, that as soon as you start introducing other people's time into the equation, it gets really hard to make a game that feels balanced and fun, that doesn't require you to watch every YouTube video and study every build guide in order to not waste your fellow players' time. I think Diablo 3 did a pretty good job of solving that. It ended up having to really simplify the itemization into just a pretty simple set of legendaries and set items. I have no idea how Diablo 4's itemization is. I waited until Season 2 to check it out, to give them some time to, deal with those problems a little bit, but I guess we're going to see how it actually plays out in practice. I haven't booted this or tested it. I haven't really looked at the audio balance to see if it's too loud or too quiet, so I'll try to figure that out as we play. I'm going to click Start Game here and see what happens. Kind of cool that when you boot it up, it immediately gives you accessibility options like a screen reader. That was surprising. I'm stoked for this opening cutscene. I feel like the opening cutscene in Diablo 2 still holds up. Like, I want to say 20 years later, but is it closer to 30 years later? When did Diablo 2 come out? Oh wow, the voice acting is like almost inaudible. Okay, I'm going to turn it up as much as I can, but I'm going to have to adjust it once we get to a settings menu.
Shut up!
One thing is that people got really mad about Diablo 3 being colorful when Diablo 2 was dark and gritty, and it seems like Diablo 4 is trying to go back to dark and gritty, but I'm not sure how well advised that is. I'm trying to actively adjust the volume here. I'll have to wait until the game actually gives me options. Diablo 3 had a lot of problems, like the story was really silly and campy, when Diablo 2 wasn't really silly at all. Okay, I think it's just a voice volume problem. The sound effects and the music are fine.
He's not going to make it. He has to.
Blessed Akarat, my eternal light protects me. Thy divine haste.
Look at me. All the gold we want is right there.
No,
That looks like Bronn from Game of Thrones.
knowledge.
They're coming.
I wonder if we're just like resetting the whole Nephilim being super gods from Diablo 3. They're like way scarier than any of the other like entities in the Diablo universe.
Oh, light help me. By three they come. By three thy way opens. Blood shows.
You gotta bleed on the door or the floor. It's pretty cool.
Blood is the key. Blood is the key! What? I need two of you!
No! Go! I'll hold them! Go!
So, it says the blood of the...
One of my concerns is that the Blizzard of the 90s is gone. None of the people that made up the Blizzard that we all know and love have been there for like years and years and years, so like I don't know if anyone could make a follow-up to Diablo.
We have to help him!
He's dead already.
It's kind of a new problem to have to deal with in the gaming space. Like, you've had the issue of movie studios being so old that they're older than like the directors and people that were originally involved with the studios decades and decades ago, but we're only just now encountering that problem with video games.
Oh well, cheer up. Gold splits better 3 ways instead of 4. Must be hidden here somewhere. Read this.
This is like the worst universe to live in. Like, I would not want to live in Sanctuary.
By three they come, by three thy way opens, by the blood of them willing. Hail. Hail the Creator. Ha!
Enjoying this cutscene.
Daughter of... Oh no. No.
What about the coin? What's it say?
This is forbidden. This is a summoning. I cannot speak.
Don't lie to me! We came here for treasure. What is this place?
I don't know. Maybe it's a temple. Or a tomb, or...
It's a gate.
Who said that? I'm starting to suspect that like the actual campaign is good or even great. Maybe it's just the end game that starts to collapse if the problems are with itemization primarily.
Blessed Akrat, thy eternal light protects me. Thy divine wisdom guides me. Though my path is wrought with darkness, guide my soul to thy sacred ways.
It's pretty cool.
This, we seek thy salvation. By three they come. By three thy way.
Hey Dylan, at any point if you need me, just let me know. I muted my mic because I'm like chatting with him and I want to be like.
No worries, just watching the opening cutscene. I'll let you know.
Yeah, enjoy. I don't want to be talking over your dialogue, the sweet dialogue.
It's better than Diablo 3's dialogue. Diablo 3 was a good game minus the story.
See, I kind of forgot about how the story was or how much I enjoyed it or didn't enjoy it.
Oh, you've been skipping it already?
I just kind of forgot about Diablo 3's story.
Oh, sure.
I did enjoy this story, but I just don't remember 3's.
This guy looks like Bale, but Bale's gone.
There is no light here. You came to the darkness for knowledge.
Yes.
And all the knowledge you seek is here. surrender. Speak the words. Call her home.
Daughter of something. Talking about
By 3,
Lady Diablo from the end of Diablo 3. I don't know how much time has passed between this one and 3.
by 3, thy way opens. By the blood of the willing, we call thee home.
A daughter of hatred.
Creator of sanctuary.
Oh, shit. Is that Lilith, I think? I think I remember the Sanctuary lore. She's like the first spawn of an angel and a demon or something. Oh, cool. Well, that's a good place to expand into. They're kind of running out. It was getting annoying when they kept going to like lesser lords of hell. Like, we already fought the scarier guys. It's kind of funny that to bring Lilith back, just 3 randos have to die, though.
Blessed Mother, save us.
Oh, Lilith looks cool. Sweet. I'm down. It would be interesting if like all the core gameplay feels amazing and it's just the math that doesn't feel good. All right, so we got Druid, Rogue, Sorcerer. Probably gonna do Necromancer. I did Necromancer in Diablo 2 back in the year 2000. It's 23 years ago. Good lord. Yeah, let's do Necromancer. Selecting customized body type. Both look fine. Presets. Oh, I'm not going to spend any time customizing here. Yeah, let's make him look as goth as possible. I think that's appropriate. Welcome to the Season of Blood. Vampires prowl sanctuary. Right, so if they have like story stuff that's only like available during seasons, I kind of hate that. I hope that's not true. Replayable endgame bosses, vampiric powers, paragon glyphs. Okay, maybe don't display that to someone who's starting the game for the first time. None of that means anything to me yet. I'm not going to play hardcore with this character, but I might try to do hardcore in the future. Just be Marstead, that's fine. I've heard this game controls pretty well with controller, but I will be doing mouse and keyboard for now at least. Seasonal Realm, of course. This can be changed at any time. World Tier 1 Adventurer, World Tier 2 Veteran. Okay. Yeah, I played Diablo before. More guidance or less guidance? Minimal guidance on new features only. I guess I'll turn that on. I like to see what the tutorials are, but I'm curious how accessible it is to someone. Now, if there's a bunch of like crazy nonsense in this, maybe I should have this on. I suppose I could always skip it. It's kind of cool that they give this option, though. I'm going to do less guidance. I'm sure Kat can help me if I get stuck.
Are you sure or you think? I appreciate
You've been playing this game for like months, right?
Bro, you know I don't be knowing nothing though. Like I mean,
Was never meant for human
I appreciate the vote of confidence though.
It was
If we don't know,
formed
we'll
as a
figure it
refuge
out.
Gotcha. Yeah, I could always Google it.
between the
Yeah, we'll
high
Google
heavens
it.
and the burning
And then we'll
earth.
say I told you.
Instead, it became a new battleground in this eternal conflict. A secretive group
called the Haradrim, has kept mortals safe.
Okay, so Diablo 3 happened.
Now this once powerful order is a husk of what it was.
I still need to adjust. Sorry if you're watching, trying to listen to the dialogue. They haven't given me a slider yet for dialogue volume. It's way quieter than everything else.
This is the story of their downfall.
I'll adjust it as soon as I get a settings menu. I've heard this game has like a persistent world, which is kind of weird, as opposed to like the lobby system of past Diablo games. Maybe it works. Spooky. A horse doesn't have a bad time. You want to be a horse in this world.
Who you think got it worse, the horses potentially or Yoshi?
Yoshi, I guess you're not going to drop the horse to get across a chasm, right? Well, the in-engine cutscenes still look pretty good. The FMV cutscene is still like, you know, top of the line. Wonder if this is the same for every character. It works pretty well for the Necromancer. There's a pseudo-tradition in Diablo of like the character from the previous game being a bad guy in the next game. Diablo possesses the Wanderer from Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. But I was theorizing for a long time that the big bad in Diablo 4 was going to be the Nephilim from Diablo 3 because he's so, like, he or she is so ridiculously powerful. Okay, Ice Howl Taiga. Let me adjust the settings finally. Jeez. Really should let me adjust this stuff before starting the game. Okay. That should help, I think. Let me turn it up in OBS. Try to watch it. And I don't think I have to adjust the rest of these. This should all be completely fine. Hopefully they're still like holding space to force move and shift to hold still, that kind of a thing. Okay, this all looks fine for now. Mess with it later. Yep, shift works. Base
I need more time.
starts bound to like a evade button. Okay, that's weird. Wonder if it force moves by default. That would be helpful. So, Kat, I just started playing. When are you able to join?
Probably immediately. So
Okay.
I was going to ask how you wanted to handle that. I don't know if you wanted us joining your game and, you know, running around with you, or how you was feeling.
I'm just going to be doing the story, which is going to be slow.
Yeah, I'll be down to join. So.
All right, so how do I loot stuff, or can I loot? enemies have like a little beam sticking out of them. Maybe I should have turned on the tutorials. Used to just being able to click them. I'll keep walking around for now. Oh, maybe that's showing me that I can turn them into skeletons. Ah, that's what it means. Okay. They don't have any loot. If you don't mind me like slowly moving through the story, if you want to join,
even if it makes more sense for you to get your sea legs first and then have me come in there, it's up to you. Whatever you think is most comfortable.
that works. So can I pause so long as I'm playing by myself? Is that how that works?
I think so. Wait, unless you're in the overworld, because it's got that one line.
Oh, right.
Like to where once you're in the overworld, I think it's best to just go to town and then you're okay.
Gotcha. All right, let me get through this opening sequence. I see you on my friends list from before. You should still see me.
Yes.
Do I have to do anything for you to join me, or can you just find me in the world?
Yeah, I can find you on my friends list and then request to join your world, and then it'll give you a pop-up where you can accept me in.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I guess once you get through your initial, chapters and stuff like that, then let me know and I can pop in.
Will do.
Fangs in the dark.
How does it scale? So it'll scale you down to me?
I think it scales your enemies up for me.
I see. It's interesting. Getting games like this to play naturally with people at different levels has always been a huge challenge.
Because you still want to feel a little bit strong, but you don't want them to come in and just melt in your whole game unless you desire that, and then you got some people that like it, some people that don't. So.
This madman just stumbled into town and started.
But I know, like, power leveling has always been part of Diablo culture,
Yeah, for sure.
So I know there's been some resistance to that.
Ruins?
Or at least
What is he talking about?
Come, I'll explain.
Oh, music's good so far.
There is evil staring in the ruins to the north. That poor monk back there must have gone inside. Even a holy man like him was driven mad by whatever he saw.
We ain't got to that.
Brought these down from Kiovashad.
It isn't safe here.
Could you protect us from whatever is out there? We have nowhere else to turn.
Evil is gathering strength in those ruins. I will bring it to heal.
Truly? Oh, thank you.
Level 2. This one's skill points. Let me try to figure that out then. Abilities. Available points. Okay, so this kind of looks like the Path of Exile sphere grid tree, but like way less complicated. I imagine they're going for that on purpose. Reap, decompose, hemorrhage, bone splinters. I would have to spend 2 points to get in a different tree. Blood lance, blood surge, blight, sever. All I care about is skeletons. Slows enemies. Alright, I'm gonna wait to get the things that make my skeletons better, I guess. It's weird that the initial tree doesn't have any skeleton abilities, but maybe they want you to have like an active thing that you can do.
Roads blocked. Should clear up when the storm is
You can have
past.
4 maximum right now, okay. Game feels pretty good so far. Don't hate it. And click on things and they die, that's the objective.
So I got a question for you. So like I know you come not you, my bad, bro. So I know you come into the game with like, you're coming in naturally blind and you're giving it, the fair shake and stuff like that, and you want to assess the game for how fun it is naturally and all of that. But do you have like any kind of wince coming into the game just based on Blizzard's recent history at all?
I do. I don't trust Blizzard.
Because that's like more of a company thing than, right?
Yeah, they haven't been great lately, just in general.
Agreed.
So my expectations are low, which honestly is probably good for the game, because I bet the game, like the core game, is better than my expectations, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I agree. I hear you.
I don't want to come into it like completely prejudiced, where it's just like I'm gonna try to find reasons to hate the game.
Right.
I would like to like it. That would be great.
Yeah, trying to have a bad time is not the way, I think.
Yeah.
Especially after you spend your money on it, right?
Yeah.
So, but also caping for it when you know something is not good is not the way either. So
There's also the most recent action RPG I've played is Path of Exile, and I have a visceral hatred of that game.
Oh, you do? Wow,
Yeah.
I've been thinking about trying it, but I haven't had any reason to. Because,
so apologies to any, I'm sure people watching this are people who play games like Path of Exile. It's not for my brain chemistry. I appreciate that there's a game there that people are really into, because like it seems like Path of Exile theoretically is an ARPG, but really what it's become at this point is like a needle in a haystack game of like collecting currencies and gear and trying to make a build that happens, and like the ARPG part of it is almost secondary to the thing that it's mutated into, which I kind of like that concept. But the devs just are not leaning into the product that they've accidentally made as much as I'd like them to. They're still kind of they've drawn a bunch of lines in the sand, like, oh, we want this to be like Diablo 2, so we're never going to add trading or an auction house, because the auction house was the biggest mistake that Diablo 3 ever made, which is true. The auction house did ruin Diablo 3, and like I said, it was one of the most, if not the most ethical things in gaming history for a AAA developer to disable the auction house. But at this point, Path of Exile has mutated to the point where it is crawled as close up to the line of having an auction house as it possibly can without actually having one.
Knowing it probably should. Do you think it's less of a gaming experience at this point and more of a point being proven?
From their perspective, I think that the people who enjoy Path of Exile feel an enormous amount of value from that game. I think there is a diamond in the rough if you're willing to search through a shitload of rough, but it's very high attention for very little reward for me from what little I've played of it. I've gotten to maps one time and that experience didn't feel great. I've heard that the game doesn't even start until you get to maps, so take that for what it's worth. But it seems like it's like mutated the genre into a different kind of game. It's kind of like you know how MOBAs like League of Legends like started as mods for RTS games, right? But they're nothing like RTS games. It's a completely different genre. In a similar way, I think that Path of Exile is a totally different genre from what Diablo originally was, and they haven't really embraced the fact that they've done that. Like, it's cool that they did that. I'm waiting for some other developer to make Schmath of Schmexile, like some other developer to realize the value that Path of Exile has and like build the whole game around it. Because I don't think GGG has been doing that because of their like arbitrary lines in the sand. I kind of like this new potion system where you have a finite number of them, but they drop all the time. It's an interesting middle ground between the health orbs from Diablo 3 and the cooldown potion from Diablo 3. My first boss here, or elite rather. My favorite part of Diablo is when almost everything that drops you're excited about, and like you can't make that last forever. It's like literally impossible. But the longer they can make that last, the better, I think. I don't want to be in that stage where I don't give a shit about 90% of what's dropping. Okay, so... Oh, I have to spend that number of skill points. Okay, I misunderstood. I thought it was 2 to open this node, but they're saying I have to spend 2 over here first. So, generate essence... Swing a scythe, tear flesh from an enemy, doing damage over time. Get blood orbs. All right, let's just try decompose, I guess. I like doing dots, why not? Enemy dies will decompose, you gain essence. Okay. Core skills. Oh yeah, I thought this is basic and core skills. Those are synonyms.
I'm sorry.
Blood surge, draw blood from enemies, blight. Okay, so some of these are movement related. Lucky hit. Create a corpse at the target's location. Oh, that's kind of cool. So you're not so corpse related abilities. This is like useless right now, but it will be useful later. There was a problem that in prior Diablo games, a necromancer, if you didn't have access to corpses, it took you a minute to like set up, especially in the higher difficulties. But if this just gives you a chance to create corpses on damage, that's smart. I don't know which one of these I want. I guess this is the this is my generator, and this is gonna be my spender. Leaves a defiled area, doing damage over time. I guess I'll do the damage over time. Why not? Okay. And they've added a slight cost to respecking. Is that right, Kat?
Yes.
Like it's not free.
Yeah, there's a slight cost to it.
I think that's fine. Diablo 3 had infinite free respecking. You would just go back to town, and it was one of those things where like every game design decision is a trade-off, right? Where it felt really good to be able to try out a build whenever you felt like it, but it also meant that you felt no connection whatsoever to your build because you could swap it at will. So I don't know what the right middle ground is, or if it's even possible to reach a middle ground on that.
Maybe we can talk about it when you get a little further in, because I don't want to be talking out of my butt, but I feel like they charge you for other things in the game other than your abilities skill tree to make up for that connection, right? There's other things that you're going to like, I don't really want to reset that. You know what I mean? Reset that for ability. For something else, but we'll see in Season 2. I know that's how it was in Season 1 with the Paragon board, but I don't know if it still feels that way or not.
Diablo 2 was you were permanently committed to your... Well, when it first came out, they added the ability to respec somewhat recently to 2. But way back in the day, you were stuck with whatever you built, and if you wanted to make a different build of Paladin, you had to make a second Paladin, which was kind of cool. It added some more longevity to the game, but also annoying. I don't know. It meant that if you made a mistake with... If you happened to misclick while assigning your skills, you bricked your character, so that's not good. You don't want to be able to brick your character. Maybe they've landed on something in the middle. We'll see. Core gameplay is pretty good, though. I'm also kind of enjoying that after the opening, they just kind of let you play the game. They're not throwing cutscenes and dialogue at you constantly. Big problem with Diablo 3 is like the enemies would not shut the fuck up. The big bads would constantly call you on your cell phone to taunt you. Whereas Diablo 2, you just kind of walked into places and there were bad guys, and that felt neat. Feel a little bit better now that I have actual abilities. I like having a basic dodge ability. That's kind of cool. It tells me they design like boss mechanics around, so you don't necessarily need to have a travel power. I guess you probably still need to have a travel power. But... Hey, this is the place from the opening cutscene. Hello. Cool abilities. Spawns ads so I can get more skeletons. Appreciate that. Good telegraphs for the attack so I can dodge them.
I'm out of essence.
Alright, that went well. It's relatively neat. Book of the Dead. View class update. Level up to unlock more minion types and abilities. Oh, weird. Select an upgrade or sacrifice your summons.
Dylan, I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll see you. Oh, okay, so if you don't want skeletal warriors, you can get a permanent buff, I see. Each time you critically strike, warrior's next attack critically strikes. But I don't really have crits right now, so I think I just want to get another one, right? I can respec that later, presumably. Slows enemies, that sounds helpful. So these guys are skirmishers now? I have a maximum of 5, okay. Vast improvement over Diablo 3 to just kind of like run into that boss and there's no dialogue, it's not taunting you or something. Seem to have responded to feedback in that respect. So no identifying.
I need more time.
Back in town.
You've returned.
The old ruins are clear. Your town should be safe now.
Truly. Ha! By the light, you are heaven sent. Oh, I'm so sorry. We haven't any coin to offer. But we have hot stew, good company, and...
Stay for a pint.
Wash out the taste of the stew.
I really like the silhouette of the necromancer. It'd be cool if they all have unique silhouettes.
To our savior.
Normal. This is funny. I don't know why the audio keeps cutting out. That's in game. That's not my issue. It's happened a couple times with the BGM. Creepy. Very creepy. Like how they'll just abruptly stop. Like they seem to be bringing back the idea that the world here is hostile. It's not just like the demons and the monsters, like everything sucks in Sanctuary. This is cool. I like doing this as an in-engine cutscene. I don't hate this. I can move a little bit faster if you didn't have my legs dangling off the end. Oh shit. Yeah, the storytelling is like 100 times better than Diablo 3. It's maybe a slight improvement on Diablo 2. It's a shame they don't expect you, like this isn't what they expect you to play when you're playing lots of Diablo.
By mother's blood, by mother's body, so shall you witness her glory.
This is a heretofore
you die.
Unexplored region of Sanctuary. It's not like Haraga, frigid north with like Slavic peoples.
Not ready yet.
Oh, interesting. See what's left of the Haradrim.
The whole damned village! Get up! Get up! We have to fight our way out! There! Take them!
This is great. I really like this.
Lost soul!
Heroes return. I don't know when this game gets bad, but it's not bad yet. This is a delight, actually.
You are blessed like us now.
That was all of them. Light willing.
The blood harvest has started in a new zone. Let me ignore that.
Madman. Those heretics drugged me after I returned from the ruins. Just like you. I came to my wits and escaped. Tried to get inside the chapel, but it was locked and...
Just throwing up.
What manner of evil is this? Petals? Of blood?
They must have fed them to me.
A blasphemous ritual. How did they learn this? Perhaps the answer lies in the chapel. They kept it locked up for a reason. The key might be on that woman who was leading them.
Chapel key. This is a really good opening. They took all the criticism of Diablo 3 to heart.
Blood petals. Like the ones I was fed. Is this real?
Whether the frame rate tanks there. Oh, because they're loading something, I guess. Oh, is it like the Vine in Dragon Quest XI? See visions. That's really weird that the BGM cuts out like that. I can see the rest of the audio is still working, so it's not like a capture card issue or something. You can Google it really quick. My sound cuts out at random moments.
Shameful. Our Father has granted you a path to salvation. And yet, you stray from it at every opportunity.
Looks like it's a specific setting I can turn off. I'll turn it off after this.
Gamble. You covet and steal. Shameful.
It's cool that their engine permits them to do cutscenes like this. I assume this is all just actually in the chapel.
Sin is their birthright.
Makes sense for Lilith to say.
My children. The lords of hell are coming to devour our world. Salvation lies not in the light, but in you.
Now I'm wondering if this is a prequel.
The faith has taught you to deny your heart's desire and turned you into a prisoner within yourself. Break the chains and discover who you were meant to be. Break the chains and be beautiful in sin.
Cool. Are we saying the priest is a good guy here?
Vani, it's me. I brought your child into this world.
Also, the audio seems to be delayed. This is in my own ear. I'll see if the setting change fixes it.
They have awakened, Mother.
The first of many. Go to the dry steppes and continue your preparations.
It's so weird that it's just the BGM.
Now, our true work begins.
Alright, Lilith, I liked your first part. That second part wasn't as good, but whatever. I guess we have to know that she's evil.
Thank the light.
Alright, audio. Spatial sound is supported based on your platform. Speaker setup. Just do stereo because I'm just wearing headphones. Maybe that fixes it. We'll see. How did I get out here?
Collapsed inside. I thought the dark.
It's BGM only. That would explain if they were doing some weird like surround sound thing.
This cursed place to the torch. What happened to you in there?
I saw a vision. A horned demon. She said the lords of hell are coming. She wanted to help the people survive.
Help them?
She called them her children. And they welcomed her like a mother.
Mother? No. It cannot be. I must report to the cathedral.
Listen, there is a hermit to the northeast. A man of questionable loyalty, but he knows of the forbidden. He might be useful to us.
Bring him to the cathedral in Kiovashad, and you will be in the light's favor.
All right. Altars of Lilith. Permanent stat boosts. All characters on this realm. Interesting. So like you only have to play through the story once, and then all the other characters in the season get a boost from that point forward. Don't hate that. I think the whole point is that you only need to do the story once, right? So anything that makes it easier is nice. Relic Skull. I think I had heard that Resistance was completely busted when this game first came out, which is weird because it's such like a crucial part of a lot of these games, especially Diablo 2.
I need more time.
So far I've been able to play this without the tutorials, so that's kind of nice. Probably not worth opening most of these things. lethal shrine. Assume the Lilith shrines spawn in the same place every time. Well, I assume that these maps are procedurally generated. And I have a thing to make the map. No, that should be okay. I used to be able to tap tab a couple times and have it fill my screen. Dreadful Arctic Bear. I gotta go southeast.
I'm not ready yet.
I wanted to change world tier. Where would I do that? Loading product information. Oh, fuck this. I think this is at least all cosmetic, but I hate this. Disgusting. When I said I don't trust Blizzard, that's what I'm talking about. Even if it's just cosmetics, it's so predatory and it looks so gross.
I need more time.
Okay, that's cool. Find the hermit's cabin. Herbs and ore can be found or used by artisans. Okay, and it looks like they stack. Found the thing.
Is anyone here?
Oh, cute.
What are you hiding back here?
Spooky skull. Okay, so the game always like drags a bit when it starts one of these cutscenes. I really like that they're able to like push in like this. The game's actually fully 3D, and they take advantage of that. Hey, what's up, man?
My bad, just got back.
Oh, hey, welcome back.
Into my home.
Now the BGM's still cutting out. Google it.
Then at least have the decency to join me for supper. I'm bloody hungry.
Oh, that is Ralph Ineson. There's a guy that sounds like him.
That's
in
quite the story.
I wish it wasn't true, but it is.
The Witcher. He's the guy from The Witch.
Why did I have that vision?
Thank those friendly villagers. They gave you the blood of Lilith.
The blood of a demon.
Not just any demon. The daughter of hatred. The mother of sanctuary. She was banished ages ago. But this world is her creation. It was prophesied she would come back.
What does she want?
That's the question. Sanctuary has always been trapped amid the eternal conflict. A war between angels and demons. But Lilith serves neither side. She has her own plans for us.
And me? Am I corrupted?
Not sure yet. But you two share a connection. What will you do about it?
Use it. Find out what she's after.
Good. Then we're in this together. Rest while you can. Then we'll start in Kyovashad. If we can't stop Lilith, we'll all be damned.
Cool. I was saying while you were away, Kat, that I'm enjoying the story so far. It's quite good.
Yeah, I liked it. And you know what? A lot of people that I have observed that had their issues with the game, I think most, if not all of them, say they had no issue with the story in the regular campaign.
Yeah, it's like way better than Diablo 3 and possibly better than Diablo 2.
This close to the city. Lilith's evil is spreading.
Did you guys ever watch the movie The Witch or the Witch?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have watched VV Witch.
I love that movie, and I really like the actor because he plays the character who joins you here.
Oh, okay.
The really deep voice.
I like VV Witch too.
I never thought I'd live to see all this.
I hate to do this. I saw something saying to set the audio to mono and it'll make the cutout go away. I shouldn't have to have mono audio, but if it fixes it, it fixes it. We're saying it's specific. It's like a necromancer problem. Speak for us.
The angel in Arius. I'm sure you've heard the Cathedral of Light babbling about their Holy Father. Well, he's real. An angel walks among us. And when he learns that Lilith is here, blood will flow. They are ancient enemies. They'll drag the whole damn world into their feud unless we can stop it. Let's not linger. Kyovashad lies just ahead.
They do some cool stuff with the new engine because they can like push in and do a cutscene from the character's perspective instead of it all being isometric in previous games. Like that stuff.
Hold. To enter the city, you must
We have no
first...
time for this. To enter Kyovashad, you must perform a cleansing ritual. Meaningless gesture, but some people take comfort in it.
How dare you?
Just let him through, lad. I've tried for years to get Lorath to do the ritual.
Fine, but this one stays.
I'll meet you inside.
Take a piece of holy cedar wood from the shrine and inscribe it with the sin which troubles you. Then, cast it into the brazier. As the fire burns the wood, so too will the light burn away your sin.
This kind of makes me hope that this is a prequel because it like makes too much sense for it to be after Diablo 3. Maybe they'll just pretend like some of the things in Diablo 3 didn't quite happen. Within Blight. Okay, that sounds great. Oh, but I can only pick one of these two. Let's do that one then. My sin is fear?
Fear.
It's cool. They actually try to make the place feel like it's like a real place where people live and not just a setting for blowing up monsters.
Been lifted from you. Welcome to Kyovashad.
I need more time.
We'll see if my opinion progresses from this, Cat, but I'm starting to suspect if maybe they just set out to make a pretty solid story with beautiful environments and cutscenes and stuff, but like the majority of the Diablo fan base wants an infinitely replayable, perfectly itemized endgame, right?
Yeah,
They want the
exactly.
opposite of that.
I've watched some videos of some people kind of speaking to that, right? And
Yeah.
kind of trying to understand that Blizzard is in a place where they have to acknowledge that they have a lot of dads playing the game that can't sit in front of it all day long, right?
Yeah.
And then they have people that only have but so many hours to sit and play this game, and they can't really build the game the way that the hardcore fan base wants them to build the game anymore to be attractive to the most people possible from a business standpoint.
Sure.
So
Capitalism ruins all art.
Exactly. I think I'm just fortunate to be in that pocket of the target audience of, hey, you know, he's not hardcore, but he wants to have a good time when he can play. And I think that's why it's bearable for me, because I'm not looking for, you know, a career game to play. I'm just looking for
Well,
a good
it
time.
seems like it might be a worst case scenario where like they've okay, so it's not a worst case scenario that they've made a game that's accessible to the dad gamer who doesn't have a ton of time to sink 100 hours into it, but there's still other stuff in here that implies they want you to sink 100 hours into it, like the battle pass. Like I load up the battle pass, I'm like, oh, this is gross. What the fuck is this? Like, but it's like
well, you
pick
gotta make
one, pick a lane. You can't do both.
Exactly. I think that was kind of what I was trying to I'm gonna reach way back. Well, not way back. I think that's kind of what I was trying to say about what I didn't like about the Resident Evil 4 remake. It just felt like it was like, are you trying to be accessible? Or are you trying to be a hard game? Or are you trying to like? I could not figure out what Resident Evil 4 was trying to be. Maybe I was just misunderstanding what it was trying to communicate, but it just did not feel good to me.
Cloudy eyes.
I don't think you're crazy for that.
This poor thing is practically.
I think a lot of people were judging Resident Evil 4 based on their opinion of the original game.
I mean, it's weird because like I don't even think it's a bad game. I just I didn't like it.
Finally decided to buy it back. Knowing him, he didn't mention coin, did he? If he wants his weapon, you will need to pay.
All right, sounds good. Teach me about buying things from shops, basically.
Wait. The old man sold me this too. He said he didn't need it anymore, but I think he'd want it back all the same. No charge.
The gloves he gave me? Pick up the strange amulets. Oh, I see. Dropped it on the ground and I missed it. That's weird. Where did it tell me to check my inventory? Oh, it's a quest item. Okay, I see.
I need more time.
Apologies.
He also gave me this amulet. What is it?
The mark of the Heradrim. An ancient order of scholars and mages, sworn to protect Sanctuary from demons. These days, we are few in number. There is another Heradrim, Donan. His breadth of knowledge about demons is equal only to his hubris.
Sounds like he could help us.
You should seek him out in Skosglen. But don't forget about the cathedral. They'll be expecting you, and they might prove to be useful allies too.
You're not coming with me?
I'm going to the Dry Steppes to find out who that pale man is. Join me when you can, just be careful. Your ties to Lilith, the visions you see. You are the key to finding her and stopping whatever she has planned.
I like this story a lot, but I feel like this must be a nightmare to try to play with a friend if you were like experiencing it for the first time. Because they just expect you to play through it solo and then like team up with somebody.
Or fate's hand,
Do you think that it's like got a lot of stoppages that another player wouldn't like, or what?
Well, if both of you were trying to play at the same time, there's all kinds of cutscenes and things. Like, does it wait for the other person to catch up? Does it only play the story for one person and not advance it for the other? Like,
that I don't know, because me and Mac played it separately. Like, we didn't even get together until we were like done with the story.
I wonder if that's what they're expecting players to do. Yeah.
Like, we intentionally avoided each other until we were like ready to do in-game stuff. So I actually don't even know how that goes. I'd be curious to see.
But at the time, I thought I had the chance to protect humanity from the daughter of hatred.
It was somewhat reasonable to play Diablo 2 through the story with somebody else, with the way it was structured.
Imagine that.
Mostly the story was delivered through dialogue, but not like cutscenes. Okay. Quest progress, save, new boots. I figure out why the game keeps hanging on me. That's really weird. You had that happen at all, where like you go to select something and the game just like hiccups really hard?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
But it's almost like always after like an update or something like that.
I see. Maybe it hasn't like fully loaded all these areas yet.
Maybe. Because right now I'm operating pretty smooth and I don't have any recollection of it happening as of late, but I have had it happen before.
It's not like super distracting. I'm just wondering if there's a setting I need to adjust. I know some games will do a thing where they will dynamically load stuff based on how close you are to it, and then once it's loaded forever.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a way to like minimize the loading screens, even though you're basically getting mini loading screens every time it hitches.
Right. You're getting a fun-size loading screen.
Children of darkness. But the Father's light can be sought through penitence and faith. Walk in the light.
We must be ever vigilant against sin, brother.
Yes, Reverend Mother.
Let the light of Inarius burn away wickedness. Let not temptation lead you from his holy radiance. Let righteousness sear away corruption and sin. Cast out thy darkness, for only light must remain.
Cast out thine darkness, for only light must remain.
Is this the one from the west?
Yes, Reverend Mother. Did Lorath not accompany you?
He sent me on without him.
Putting faith in that old man was a mistake. What could possibly be of greater import?
Lilith.
So, you know. We have received word from one of our knights of a demon sighting in Gale Valley. The description matches too closely to the sighting in the west. If you would travel to Yelesna and take stock of the events there, you would have the gratitude of the Cathedral of Light.
So when you play the story a second time, can you just like escape, quit out of all the cutscenes?
Second time? You're crazy, bro.
Well, does it just let you not do it at all after you've done it once, or?
Yeah, you don't have to do it anymore.
Oh, interesting.
Second time? You crazy?
Well, that makes it better if they're not expecting you to do this over and over, right?
I like that they leave the option in there because, like I said, a lot of people really enjoyed the story.
Yeah, I think it is good.
Reverend Mother, I received a report of a potential demon sighting. A horned woman near Yelesna Mines. Performed routine inspection. Nothing yet. Sent in priest and escort of knights. We'll report in when we find something.
Do I not have tracking activities? View active quests. I see.
Not while I'm in town. I need more time.
It must be a loading hitch. Yeah, it only ever happens when I like exit into new areas. Or when a cutscene's about to play.
I need more time.
He's blue. Side quests, basically? They're side quests, okay. Are the blue exclamation point quests particularly worth doing?
Yes and no, depending on your first playthrough. Yes, I say.
Okay. I can't tell if they're like bear ass quests, like go collect 20 bear asses and turn them in. Exorcist cache. Try it.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
And I got a yellow, and it's worse than what I currently have. Okay.
I'm low on essence.
So how does the whole like persistent world thing work? Are you like, are enemies constantly respawning? Like, would you just run out of enemies to kill if there's people running around all the time, or is it trying to like match you with players?
Yeah, no. So there'll be players in and out in the open world, and then they'll continuously spawn in enemies for you to kill in the overworld, right? But if you're in dungeons or cellars or anything behind the loading screen, let's say, and that's kind of exclusive to your party or
I see.
Anything in the overworld map, you can run into other players online.
There's like events and stuff.
Correct.
And lack the required essence.
Let's see. Extra damage to enemies are decomposing. Okay. What class are you playing this season?
I'm playing as Rogue.
Nice. Staying away from Barbarian for now?
For now, I think I might go back once they tighten it up a little bit more. It just feels a little rough right now, but they're improving it. They're getting it there, but Rogue just feels clean right now, and I don't want anything in my way of like trying to enjoy it right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. Necromancer feels really good so far.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. It is done.
I wonder who the Diablo 4 composer is. Google it. Okay, yeah. It's really interesting. Matt Uelman, the composer for Diablo 2, made a like really iconic soundtrack, and one particularly iconic song, the like starting town theme. But like it's a pretty full soundtrack with a lot of different sounds to it. And ever since then, every time they try to do something Diablo, like every song tries to sound like that one iconic song. I don't know if I've encountered anything like it. They've never gotten the same composer back. Everything sounds like rogue encampment, but I really like the wilderness theme from the first one. I guess the side quests are decent XP, it seems like. God. That looks bad.
Listen carefully. I haven't much time. One of our men, Lord Evitus, was felled in the ancient city beneath the mountain. We carried his body to the ossuary, but he arose, thirsting for blood. Only I escaped. Please, you must slay him.
I need more time.
What this is... Ancient Siphon event joined. Okay, so this might be... There might be other players here.
I'm out of essence. I need more time.
I lack the required essence.
I need more time. I'm low on essence.
All right. Murmuring Ovals. Okay. Warlock Star. Find the two of those? Okay, now that's better if I have both of them. I see. And Ovals are Curiosity Vendors. So, Kat, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So how do the world tiers work? Like, can I just play on a higher tier than 2, or are they specifically designed for higher levels than that?
Yeah, so there's a you can play 1 or 2 to start with, and then you have to complete some challenges to unlock World Tier 3, and also complete some different challenges to unlock World Tier 4.
Gotcha.
And, you know, more XP, better loot, and all of that, of course, is behind.
Good to know. 2 feels pretty good right now. I'm glad I didn't play 1.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because like I found 1 viable in some circumstances where it's like, okay, I'm really just trying to get a feel for what this character is about.
Sure.
I don't want anything kind of in my way right now. I just want to see what the, you know what I mean? Like what the abilities and stuff like that's like. So like I found myself going to 1 a couple of times and then knocking it maybe back up to 2 until I'm ready to go to 3 and stuff. So I think they did a good job with that.
Can you hear that? Turn the game audio down
I need more time.
Actually, just turn the sound effects down. That'd probably be better. It doesn't. Up significantly louder than Cat here. Effects. It's probably fine. So I noticed it summarizes weapons just based on their DPS. Are there builds that care about having a really fast weapon versus a really slow weapon? As far as you've been able to tell?
What was that? Hold on. What was that?
I said, I'm noticing that weapons just summarize their DPS when you go to pick them up, but are there builds that really care about a fast attack weapon or a slow attack weapon that you've noticed? Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, some builds, particularly in certain classes, definitely care about speed of attack and stuff like that. It just, like probably already the class and the build that you're aiming for and stuff like that. But yeah, it is wild.
Gotcha. What do I do with junk items? Do I have to take them back to town to disenchant them or something?
Yeah, like the junk stuff early on, like the junk weapons, taking them to town and melting them down and getting resources and stuff like that. You'll use it early on, but you'll dump it pretty quick. Early on, you'll use it.
I'm just wondering if there's like a specific place I have to take them to disenchant them.
Just with legendary stuff, but you can like take it to the blacksmith and melt down basics.
Gotcha.
Or commons and basics and stuff like that.
Game feels still pretty good. I'm still just enjoying the basic feeling of fighting monsters. Wonder if the problem with the hitching is that the game expects me to install it on the SSD instead of the hard drive. And try moving it next time, we'll see. Okay. Is this the tree I've been hoping for? Ooh, corpse explosion. It's always a fun skill. Yeah, I probably gotta take that though, even though it's more boring. I think this is gonna be the most impactful right now, but I really gonna have to max that as soon as possible. What's down the tree? Use the radius. I don't know that I have the other materials I would need to make corpse explosion work. Maybe it's better if I don't need to use corpses to make minions. Let me just pick this up even though it's boring. Okay. Alright, so theoretically there's a blacksmith I can talk to dust all my shit.
Not while
I'm sorry, I missed what you said, Dylan.
I'm just trying to figure out where to dust my stuff. I think I found it.
Yeah, the blacksmith, or I think the regular shops you can sell to, but the blacksmith is where you bust everything down.
Oh, I can just do it in my inventory. That's convenient. Just click all of it. Very nice. Oh, that is a cache of items. Okay. I see.
Father bless. What do you need?
Oh, and I can just do all junk, common, magic, rare, all items. Okay, that's convenient. Got it. And I got stashes. Okay.
Is that tonight? I think I got my schedule mixed up.
I need more time.
What was that?
Lack the required essence.
Oh no, my bad. I was talking to
No problem. Fractured Peaks Renown.
I need more time.
I killed for my faith, burned and tortured. When I died in that forsaken place, it was without the grace of the light. Their path to salvation led me only into darkness. Now, it is blood that gives me purpose. I will drink the life of this world forever.
Switch keyboards here. Pause the recording really quick to fix my keyboard. I haven't fully fixed the keyboard, but hopefully it just won't die on me while I need it. I think Kat and Mac are going to be joining here soon. We'll see how that plays out. So like, you don't get like complete garbage loot for playing with me on a low world tier?
That I think is a yes.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't.
But the XP will still be there though, which is still helpful. So I don't think it's an absolute loss for us to do it.
I see.
And then we can still get resources and things like that. So.
Better than it is critical.
Yeah, I don't think it's a full-on misery thing. But it'll also be good for us to learn what it is. Either one of us.
You've usually been on the same difficulty and all that.
I'm not ready yet.
Pause again, because it looks like my keyboard's gonna give out on me. Actually, why don't I just do this? Should work.
That was pretty nasty.
Okay,
I need more
don't
time.
need to restart. Yeah, just feel free to join whenever. I'm just running around.
Copy that. I got you. Yeah, as soon as we're done with this dungeon, I'll leave for it.
Sounds good. I probably should have seen that coming.
I write this as I bleed out my last among the corrupted tombs of those who might have been my brothers. I have hunted these wretched creatures for as long as I've been able to wield a knife against them. They feed on blood and grow strong in numbers. I have chased them into this nest and been caught in a trap. Their leader can raise the dead. And I fear for all who wander unknowingly into these crypts.
Till I leave the dungeon. Okay, hold on. Now it's saved. Okay. Deposit the animus into an animus urn.
I'm not ready yet.
Don't know where that is. Let's see if I can find it.
I need more time.
You an animus urn? Hey, there we go.
I'm not ready yet.
I will never click that battle pass. I'm just not gonna do it. I refuse.
Bro, have you seen on YouTube's where people have accidentally clicked it?
I mean, I opened it by accident once. It keeps popping up saying, you unlock a new reward. I'm like, nope, not clicking it. I am good. At least it seems to all be cosmetic.
Yeah.
So they could have been scummier and made it actually matter, but...
Oh yeah, this is fun. Starting to get into that big boy build now.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Do you know what the little arrow next to the potion icon means?
That means it's time for you to go over to the potion guy in town and upgrade your potion capacity.
Oh, interesting. Is that just a thing that's available at certain levels or something?
Yes, at certain levels it unlocks, and it basically means like you heal for more HP per potion you take and stuff like that.
Gotcha, that's cool.
There's other ways to expand how many potions you can hold, but that just affects how much.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
You ain't running Twisted Blades. What are you even doing?
Do the builds feel relatively balanced so far? For different classes, or depends on the class, maybe?
I don't know if balance is the word I would use to start with. They feel good, but
sure.
Balance, I wouldn't say. Like, I think there's a very clear hierarchy of classes.
Yeah, Diablo 3 would always have the problem where it's like, you'd have two builds that would do comparable damage, but one would be like way more attention for the same output. Like you have to work way harder for the same damage versus the mindless one.
That's kind of existent, but I don't want to shoot. Like, I kind of don't want to bring this up as an excuse for the game, but like I've played far worse looter games.
Sure.
So like I can appreciate it, right? Like coming off of Outriders, I'm okay with this. Because I mean, I played as a character on that game that literally had me not even playing the game right. It was so good.
Oof.
I wasn't even able to enjoy the game. Devastator. Why'd they even put that in the game? Like I stopped playing it for months because I took the wrong path.
Oh my god. Painful.
And didn't know anything was wrong. Like I didn't even know that was the reason.
Ooh.
It wasn't clear that like no, this class is broken.
That's pretty fun.
Yeah, almost there.
Yeah, take your time. Your reward is significantly worse loot.
Yeah, right. Knocking off this guy's crew socks, bro.
I'm not ready yet.
They want me to do a freeze build so bad.
I haven't seen any legendaries yet. I guess maybe you see them more on the higher world tiers.
I think starting off, like you have to get through a significant portion of the story before they start giving them to you.
I see.
That's what it felt like to me.
You know they've changed the way they're build defining still, but you can like extract the powers off of them and mix and match them, right? Interesting that they've like dropped identifying items. I agree with it, I think. But they used to have this really like line in the sand argument like, oh, identifying an item is opening a present. And it's like, okay, well, sometimes it is. Not for every blue and yellow. Blood fishing. Oh shit. So phase indicators, that's cool.
Did you already send me a friend's request on Blizzard?
We're already friends. In Diablo 3, I see you in the list.
Oh, you do.
Very kind to constantly give you new corpses. Appreciate that.
I need more time.
I think you'd have to invite me to your session.
Okay, hold on. Fighting a boss.
I need more time.
Boss is dead. Let me see if I can. You've unlocked the aspect of unrelenting fury. Check the Codex of Power. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I think your oh boy is legit.
The fuck is this? Why do they all have the same icon? Not like that. It says I unlocked it, but it doesn't show in the... What the fuck? What is happening? Read those as like being like legendary affixes, but...
Man, If they don't stop saying lucky hit to me, get out of here.
So it says I got some kind of, maybe it's, can you get aspects for other characters?
You can unlock aspects for other classes to unlock across your entire account, right? But you obviously can't put another class's aspect on.
I think the first aspect I unlocked is for another class, and so it's so confusing that it pops up and it says you unlocked an aspect. Like, what? Where? I don't see it.
For Druid. But like if it doesn't say it's for a specific class, then it's accessible to all classes.
Aspect of the unrelenting fury must be a barbarian aspect. I feel like they should make it so that no matter where you go, no matter where you get it, the first aspect you get should be for your class.
It should be yours. Yeah, like don't put
pretty
that
bad.
Start. Yeah.
All right. Social.
I'm trying to think if that's how it happened for me as well. I can't remember.
Yeah, so I can't. This player's already in a party. You have not unlocked access to the party's current world tier.
Oh, okay. I'm already in a party, so let me leave the party so you can invite me. 1 second.
Okay. And I think you can invite Mac after that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's the way I want to try to do it. So, okay. I am no longer in a party, so you should be able to invite me now, I think.
Still says already in a party.
Okay, 1 second.
You, wanderer, I know what you are.
Okay. Am I good now?
Invite to party. There it goes.
Hey.
I'm not ready yet.
Good to go. Good to go.
Cool. So like if I'm in the middle of a cutscene, you guys can just like bounce off and do something somewhere else in the meantime. You have like free range to teleport around and stuff.
I believe so.
You're done.
I'm gonna come to you and see what it's letting me do.
Fortunately, I left partway through getting the next area, so I should probably just get there to get more teleports unlocked. Yeah, they must be doing some shenanigan math under the hood. This is what World of Warcraft is doing now, where like every time you fight an enemy, it's like calculating the difference between your level and the enemy's level and adjusting the damage to boot. It can make things a little bit confusing to keep track of, like how much damage do I actually do? Well, thanks for playing on the lower tier.
Yeah, no, this is cool.
Did you drop from 4 to 2 or 3 to 2?
3 to 2.
Okay, so that's not too
bad. And we just unlocked it. Literally right on the so.
I gotta remember my, like, I've had to learn that when people offer to pay for dinner or when people, like, offer you a water, that you gotta say yes, because it's, like if this were the other way around, I would absolutely drop to a lower difficulty tier to get to play with you. And it wouldn't be a problem at all, but I'm over here like, I don't know, I'm wasting his time.
I was just joking with Mac on me, so I didn't know you, but like, he lives for this. Like,
I see.
Overpowered in your world and killing all your
okay.
This is the joy he gets from RPG.
Gotcha.
You're not boring him at all.
Beautiful.
He would love nothing more than to destroy all your bosses.
They did a pretty good job of balancing this so you guys I don't feel completely useless, right? That's a really hard balance to get right. And they've changed the leveling curve more like Diablo 2, where it just takes like a really long time to get to level 99. Or is 99 even the max level?
They turned that down a little bit starting with season 2.
Interesting.
To get to level 100, I think they turned it like 20% faster or something.
Okay.
So, yeah. I'll let you know what that feels like though, because I didn't make it to level 100.
I never did in Diablo 2. It got like so slow on the higher levels in the ladder that I would stop long before that point.
Mac, did you make it to 100? Yeah, that's what Dylan was just saying. Like it usually takes really long for the last team.
To the point where even in Diablo 2, which is a pretty balanced game, like if you got to level 99, it was because it was for its own sake. There was no content for you to do anymore at that point. You had already had all the best items and stuff. Oh, I missed it. I'll try Corpse Explosion. Why not? Get this waypoint.
What do you need?
Prava sent me. I'm looking for Vigo.
You and that nuisance of a child both. Girl's been nagging us about that demon woman all week. Vigo's gone, looking into her claims. He should be at the mining.
So while I'm talking to this guy, do you guys see anything? Like, it just shows me that I'm in a dialogue somewhere.
It shows you standing here across from the desk of the guy. It doesn't even show like your dialogue above his head. It shows like an eyeball with a play symbol above your head, so maybe that lets us know that you're in a cutscene.
I see. But you could talk to him and do quests and stuff at the same time, and it would just be simultaneous, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like we could still be doing stuff while you're taking care of that business.
Interesting.
And it's still showing me my current active missions. It's just letting me know that I can't progress them until you get to that point. But it still keeps them up on my map, which is cool.
I see. Can you still like right-click teleport to me?
I can teleport to you through one of your, like in town, they'll have a separate portal. I'll have a portal and then there'll be a portal for you.
Oh, it'll always be there regardless of whether you got a town portal up? Yeah. Corpse Explosion feels pretty good. That's a really important skill to get right. Like, it was so iconic in Diablo 2.
I'm not ready yet.
I neglected to ask you how much time you plan on
strangers in the
running
camp.
this evening.
Whenever you're planning to go to bed.
Okay, I'm not going to be super long because I got to pack.
Okay, no worries.
Are you Vigo? I was sent.
You've got plenty of subblock time, so I might spend it trying to get to the story so we can play on the same difficulty and all that.
I know what I saw.
I'll keep recording.
She had horns like a beast. Strode right past where you stand. To think my mother's trapped in there with her.
Oh man, the BGM's still cutting out. That's so weird. What is causing that? Only the music.
We have soldiers stationed inside.
You should be worried about them, too. Maybe you can help me.
So fucking weird, like. See if I can find another setting that might fix it.
Hey, that's my mother's charm on your wrist.
It's mine now, girl. She gave it to me when I left.
That change? What? Why did that happen?
Keep close.
Enter the condemned mines. Okay.
And leave my mother in
Okay, you think you got like 30 minutes, an hour? Do you know?
Let's call it 30. Yeah,
Okay.
let's call it 30. That way we can have something to aim for. My bad.
Sounds good. $30 it is. And I'll hold on to the rod and I'll just wait to stitch them together. Were you down with me continuing to play through the story and just record?
No, absolutely, bro.
Okay, cool.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to doing something.
I'm having a good time. I don't hate this. I expect the point where you start to hate it is when you're squeezing blood from a stone and you're trying to search for little upgrades here and there. Maybe they fixed that in season 2 or improved on it, but
I kind of suspect that, like, where you are in your life, though, like, I don't think that you necessarily need something to play until the end of time.
yeah, I that's true. I already have RuneScape. If I can get to a point where, like, I always liked that about Diablo 3. It was definitely designed in such a way that there was like they had like greater rifts that you could push, and you could get to higher and higher level greater rifts, and every season had a greater rift tier that was reasonable to do. That needed a certain set of gear that was reasonable to get, and then once you did it, you'd be like, okay, I'm done, and you could turn it off and wait till next season.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. I kind of like the breaks too. I was telling Donovan that last week. Like, I'm waiting on season 2 to start, and it kind of feels nice to have, like, you know, a buffering period to put the game down for a little bit, do some other stuff, and not be gaming every day. And then it's like, okay, I can get excited for season 2, but that's in a week and a half, and I don't have to play until then. I mean, I can, but I don't have to. You know what I mean?
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I do like getting this XP off your game. Like, I haven't picked up a single thing worth keeping, but getting the XP.
It still is legitimate XP. It's not complete garbage.
Yeah.
Locked. Over here. I can squeeze through to the other side.
How's it feeling on your end, Mac, playing in the story mode down here?
And there she goes.
You don't care either way, as long as stuff is dying.
Fight's coming to us this time.
I need to reframe what I was talking about earlier as like the curse of innocence. It's not the curse of innocence, it's the curse of knowledge, right? When you get to the point where you can't have fun with it anymore if the math isn't right. Like it's like the fucking Garden of Eden. Right?
That was...
You have eaten from the tree of the knowledge of efficient XP rates, and now the game isn't fun anymore. You have lost, right? The person who has that mindset.
Can the same thing be said? This might feel like a reach, but can the same be said for cane sauce? Like, once you find out what's in it, is it less enjoyable? It's still good, but like, did you lose anything knowing what's in it and realizing you can make it?
I was just happy that I could make it myself. I have done that before. Right? Is that an upgrade?
more time.
Thank God I can't make it. That would be bad.
I'm not ready yet.
Damn light's keeping it.
Mac, do you feel like y'all are playing the same character? I know like he's several levels below you, but do you like feel like there's another Necro on the way?
Seems like Mac's on a completely different build.
Yeah, y'all both said the same thing.
Yeah. I never got around, like I played so much Diablo 2 and I've never not played a pet neck. Like I have to play with pets. It's really cool that there's all these other builds. Like, oh, you can shoot bone splinters and stuff, but like I need to have a million little skeletons.
Yeah, I think I was telling him that. like when we first picked up the game. Like, Dylan will probably play Necromancer because I'm used to him playing it, but from what I remember, I'm used to seeing him with an army of pets around. So
Yeah, exactly.
And like the way he plays, he gets as far away from the minions as possible.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how you guys build out toward end game.
Decrepify. I have something new for Book of the Dead? Question mark? Oh, I've been getting new stuff this whole time. Okay. I need to like see that pop up a little bit better. Oh, that's kind of cool. You can build on thorns.
That thorn there, bro.
Oh, but I have to switch between them. I see. I can change these at will. So you have like a little set of abilities that you can change whenever that doesn't have a respec cost, it seems like.
Which one is that? The specializations or?
It might be called specializations for you. It's called Book of the Dead for me.
Oh. Yes? Between character and abilities? The tab in between character and abilities, I'd say.
Chance to make more corpses. Okay, I guess I can try that. And curses. Close enemies versus far enemies. Iron Maiden. Amplify damage is a passive now. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Different.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm not dying here. Over there. An opening.
Go!
The tunnel's closed. We're trapped without the hoist.
Look, there she is.
I know, I just went over and clicked her. My bad, Dylan.
Oh, interesting. We can all progress it?
Yeah, I
thought maybe it would have us all progress it separately.
My bad.
No worries.
I'm not ready yet.
Seems like a fairly low stakes quest.
You know what? There are some moments in the story mode that
Over there,
I'm
the
looking
hoist.
forward to doing again. I hope I'm around.
At last, I'll ride out.
Yeah, it's been really good so far.
A demon. Here? Slain? What happened?
Speak with Vigo.
We need reinforcements.
No, we can do...
What was that?
I think you went in too
beyond the
fast before he spoke with the guy to advance the quest.
Open the gate.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to go in.
This is what I was worried about. Trying to quest together.
Mm-hmm.
The escort.
You jumped through a portal, bro. You gotta come back.
Over there.
It's kind of cool that they let you do that, though. Like, if you do want to just go over there, I mean, whatever. You don't break anything.
Vigo.
I guess that's not too bad.
It was one of the women you sent. Only... she wasn't human. She was a demon. Like the statue. Claims she mothered sanctuary. It was a damn bloodbath.
The other woman, Venard. Where is she?
So does it show you the dialogue now?
Yeah, I'm seeing the
Okay, so it does it when you're inside a dungeon, but not in towns. I see.
Let her deeper in.
Like, if I hit A, am I advancing your dialogue?
No.
She's
Okay,
lost. Vigo, you must listen. Steel did nothing. Spells, prayers, all useless. Go to Corval. Tell Pro. Raise the army. The father. Evil itself. Walks sanctuary. Do this for me.
He is dead.
I'll be forgetting that he's the dark blue dot.
Your mother told me this trinket would bring good fortune. To think I trusted her.
She bribed you with it, didn't she? You weren't supposed to let her through at all. But it's not too late. She can still be saved.
Not by me. Not anymore. Brava will know what to do.
You're leaving us? Abandoning her?
There's nothing left to abandon. She's good as dead. I'm sorry, kid.
He really just left us. It's up to us now.
Jump. Oh, yep. Spooky blood petals.
I need more time.
Do you guys have to all be here for this to work or something?
That's why I'm teleporting to you now, though.
I assume I have to interact with this, but I don't know if we all have to be here for it to do something. Yeah, there it goes.
How your mind races. Yes, I am Lilith, mother of sanctuary.
So Lilith kind of looks
Daughter of hatred.
androgynous in the cutscene, and in other times we've seen her, but in this, maybe it's just like a lower resolution. Whoa, the audio completely cut out for me. That's weird. Do you guys have audio still?
Yeah, I do.
No, I taught her how to survive.
Is that what you want to believe?
Okay, I think I might know what the problem is.
Drop the act. You have questions. I have answers.
I think the game keeps thinking it's in the background when a cutscene starts.
Of the cosmos.
So I have to change all my settings for that. I'll do it for next time.
Everything I've read has warned me against you.
You've read so much, yet know so little. Will you accept my offer?
I don't know. Will you let me try? I want to try.
Your mother is alive. She came this way with Lilith.
How can you be sure?
Sometimes I see visions of the past.
It is like Dragon Quest XI.
I saw them.
What? How?
Lilith's petals. Her blood was fed to me once.
Puked on some blood, and now I can see cool cutscenes.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Do you want to say after this quest we'll call it?
Sure, I'm down with that.
Cool.
Probably be a good bookmark there.
Yeah.
I'm not ready yet.
We can reschedule for the next one if you want. After I get back from the mean streets of Bryce Road.
Yeah, sounds good.
I'm not ready yet.
Well, willingly. Oh shoot.
I'm not ready yet.
I need to find a way to like specifically mute the "I'm not ready yet" line. The way I play, I just mash the button until it becomes available.
I am not ready. I need more resources to do that.
Spooky. Yeah, I think for some reason my computer thinks that my game is in the background whenever I start a cutscene of any kind. That's so strange. Okay, I'll mess with it later. I'm sure there's a setting.
I'm not ready yet.
Can't say I'm super pumped that we have these like little yellow circles where you have to search for where to go. It's they're common in MMOs now.
I hate not knowing exactly where I'm going. That'll get me off.
Well, they do a thing where it's like we're gonna kind of tell you, but not really.
It's somewhere in here. Get immersed. I don't want to be immersed.
So curious. You are eager to know why you were spared.
Yes.
It's like the game is asking you, where would you look if you were in the bowels of hell looking for a vat of blood?
I want to.
Oh no, never been in that situation.
Good. For now, all you need know is that we are going to meet my son.
Rathma. The first necromancer.
Oh, hey, Rathma. I know that name from the other Diablo games.
And more. He is the key to my plans.
I think there are items that are named Rathmas, whatever.
It sounds like they're searching for Lilith's son, Rathma. Together.
Do they still have those ridiculous uber rare items that no one will see?
Yeah, but they made them a little less rare.
I see.
And you can actually like target them.
That's good to know. But are they still rare enough that like no one would ever make a guide that says you should use them? That sounds like that's the situation, right?
Yeah. The way they put it now, and I hate to use this terminology because they came up with it, but people are using it, so I guess we'll use it. The way they described it is you will now know someone on your friends list.
Oh, okay.
Yikes. They didn't want to give a number. Said, you'll know a guy that has one.
Instead of hearing about it happening once in the season on Reddit.
Before it was like you have to look in the coding to make sure
jeez.
You would for sure know something. Like one guy was like, "You're making some dangerous assumptions about my friend list."
Yeah. How many people do you think I know that play?
Right. I got.
There's a dad network over here.
Now introducing you a know a guy who knows a guy that works for Nintendo's uncle.
Checked under the truck.
I need more time.
Modern Blizzard is an interesting creature. What a thing to say, right? Like, I mean, I guess that's...
That is a... Bro,
it's an
when
improvement,
I heard that, I was like,
but...
oh, sure, that's how y'all want to say that?
Yeah, like... So, I've noticed this a lot with... I've been playing the modern version of RuneScape, which everybody hates. Everyone likes the old school version, but there's a problem when a game developer gets too big and the suits start fighting the creatives, right? Where like the creatives, the actual game developers clearly know their game and they know their audience, but the suits are making them act like they don't, right?
No, act like you don't know what's going on here so we can veer this car toward the direction we need to take it.
There,
we already know how this
I had this experience all the time when I worked at Chase, the like internal discussion about how fucking stupid something is, but we can't like go on the website and post, hey everyone, we know this is fucking stupid, right? So then we talk about it internally like, this is stupid, this is stupid, this is stupid, and then it goes to production, and then customers start calling in saying, this is stupid, and then the manager calls you and says, why didn't you know this was stupid? And you have to send them the email showing that you told them you thought it was stupid months ago, and they just didn't listen to you, and they're
always
like...
for them to ignore the email where you
Exactly, they still blame you for it, so it's like...
I wonder if like, I wonder if Cyberpunk 2077 was basically kind of
100. I guarantee, yeah.
Right? It's like the Chernobyl version of this. Like, it just happened so far and so deep and so badly.
Every single developer at CD Projekt Red, I guarantee you, is saying, do not launch this game. Do not. What are you doing?
You cannot tell them it'll be ready.
And then it's like so insulting because then the game comes out and a lot of gamers don't have any like perception of how that process works. So like, how did they not know? It's like they knew. It's the suits who didn't know, right? Like who aren't paying. It's not even that they don't know, that they're literally not paying attention. And so like when I hear, oh, someone on your friends list will find it, it's like there have to have been people at Blizzard who are like, don't say that. We know this fan community. They're gonna hate that.
They're gonna kill you for this.
Yeah.
I know you think it sounds
I'm not ready
yet. Trust me.
Yeah. I still maintain that Don't You Guys Have Phones was that guy. They basically pushed him out on stage in clown makeup, and him saying that was like dark humor to deal with the fact that he was in the worst possible situation, right? But everyone's like, oh my god, what an idiot.
I think they did it again. Did you hear or see when the game was kind of in a worse state in season 1 and they had those two lady developers sitting on the couch playing the game?
Oh yeah.
Not like
perfect.
Very familiar with playing the game, and this is like a lot of people kind of saw it past and was like, dude, don't do that to them. Like
you're putting them on stage to get them set ablaze. Because they were just doing like an art stream, which is very reasonable to talk about the art of the game because there's a lot of work going into it. But it's like a timing thing. Like you need to understand that everyone's pissed. Do not schedule this right now and put them out there in the line of fire. Like what are you doing?
I trained her well.
It was messed
She's a
up.
good,
I felt bad for
strong.
her, man. Y'all just
She'll be all right.
front with blindfolds on to catch all the bullets, huh?
You've chosen well, my child.
Yeah, because then they end up recasting the situation as this bullshit thing where it's like it's not the suits that fucked up, it's these ladies who they're not designers, right? They're artists. They're talking about the art. They don't need to play the game well to make good art. But now the dialogue has become, oh, it's not the suits we're mad at, it's the bad developers who can't make the game. Oh, it makes me so mad. Gamers walk fucking face first into this shit constantly.
I don't need sparing. Tell me.
Lilith plans to teach your mother a ritual. One that needs blood. Your mother seemed receptive.
We have to reach them.
Like if like airlines are putting people at the front desk and banks are putting people in the call center to like tank the rage, the justified rage from the customers.
I need more time.
Like gamers are so good at screaming at the airline person and screaming at the person in the call center and not knowing who the actual bad guy is, right? It's so frustrating.
I need more time.
I want to turn off that season tier battle pass pop-up, but I don't think I can. I just have to ignore it.
I'm not ready yet.
There's a fun self-fulfilling prophecy with the suits where like battle passes were successful for Fortnite, and now every AAA developer has decided they need a battle pass to be successful, and it's just like this self-fulfilling prophecy at this point. Well, every other game has one. It's like, well, yeah, that's because you've all decided they all need one, not because you have any evidence that they do what you say they do.
It's essentially gaming circumcision. We're just doing it because we are.
It's what you do. Oh God, dude, the battle pass button is right next to the inventory button on mouse and keyboard.
We're gonna almost hit it at least once a day. And there's no, I just want you to know now, there's no "Are you sure?" button. Once you hit it, you have purchased.
Oh my God. Ready yet. Why would they put it on you? Dude, I'm not like a game design conspiracy theorist. I don't think they put it on you because it's the most likely button for you to accidentally press it. But if a developer were to do it right now, it would be Activision Blizzard. The letter U for Season Battle Pass.
Yeah, Mac, I think this is probably the best session I've had since Season 2 started. It's probably the best I've felt.
Like the controls are good so far.
Well, with my build, like I was definitely in build limbo for the first few weeks. Like,
I see.
Yeah, I feel like it's starting to come together.
Looks like the same kind of magic as before.
It feels like the difficulty system is... The way it used to work in Diablo 3 is you could always find a difficulty that was decent loot where everything was dying instantly. And because there were tons of difficulties, right? There was like Torment 13. It was over 10 difficulty levels. But here it seems like it's harder to get to that point where you feel like you're not losing out on loot, but everything is just dying without you having to work for it too hard. I don't know.
Yeah, it gets to a point where you're definitely having to chill out a little bit. I want to say, what, Torment 4 would you say, Matt? I feel like Torment 4 is adequate, but I'm interested to see once you get there how you feel about it.
Sure. Well, I liked having all the options to always be able to find a difficulty level where everything dies when I look at it, right? Like, there's a certain amount of clicking that just automatically feels bad.
Yeah.
But I also don't want to feel like I'm getting completely screwed on loot.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but like you essentially are trying to get to a point in Diablo where you're just clicking rocks, right? Like that's the goal.
You walk around and things die. You want to have as much like enemy density as possible so things die even faster.
That's when I'm having the most fun, when I'm just like deciding how I want to run through this mob.
priest. He must be from... There she is.
This would be fun.
Mother? Neyrelle?
It's fine.
You're just in time. Beyond this lake lies the necropolis of the Firstborn. A trove of magic and knowledge. I opened the way for Lilith, but I could not pass through with her. I lack divine element, you see.
Stop.
But I can find it. I'm so close. I simply need...
Mother, stop! Look at what Lilith has done to you. You're writing in your own blood.
A lot of blood.
My little magpie. She awakened me.
I kind of like that they're bringing back regular humans into the story. I scoffed in the opening cutscenes, like, why is it that there's like 3 randos dying, summons Lilith? But I like that better for the story than like the over-the-top comic book shit in Diablo 3.
I don't care what she showed you. Please, let's just get out of here.
Like, she doesn't need to be like a special chosen one.
Yes, clever magpie. Trying to lead me away so you can take all this for yourself.
Shit.
This is my discovery, not yours. I will finish these runes with your blood!
Relax.
I'm not ready
I think that the bosses all feel pretty sight readable. They have some pretty obvious tells what they want you to do.
You won't take what's mine.
It's reasonable to dodge without having seen the encounter before.
I'm not ready yet.
Ooh, I don't like that darkness effect. Not a fan of that.
Get snuggled up to it, buddy. Get nice and cozy with that darkness.
It's a class of like debuff where like theoretically it should never cause me to die.
I need more time.
But it's like a quality of life problem. Sorry, Mom.
You were protecting me. I don't want to hate you. I'm trying. I really am.
Oh yeah, after this I'm getting off too. I think we're all calling it after this mission.
We're going to make Lilith pay for what she's done. So we need blessed blood. Go back to your Prava. Get that blessing. Beg if you need to. Whatever it takes. My mother started this damn ritual. I'm going to finish it. Meet me in the Mistral Woods.
Why there?
The Horadrim hid a vault there.
Oh, cool.
Finding it was her life's work. So much for that. Maybe it will help with the ritual. If not, at least I can bury her where she'd want. I need time. I'm sorry. Just leave me.
Cool. Now, does it want me to just warp out of here now?
Yeah, I think yes. Because yep. All right, my dude, I'm going to bounce out.
Yeah, that was fun. Thanks for playing. Thanks for waiting so long for me to check out Diablo. I hope you understand.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah, no, and then whenever you get the hankering or when you want to schedule it again, just let me know because I'm always on and I'm always down.
Sounds good. I'll catch you later, man. I'll pop out of Discord.
Okay.
Bye.
Yep.
Okay, so just to kind of summarize, I'm enjoying this game so far. I don't hate it. I assume if it gets bad at the itemization phase at the end game when you're like really just struggling for upgrades. I want to take a look. I think I need to respec because I think a lot of the skills they're giving me, this is problematic, don't make sense at this stage of my character's growth. Like I don't have the mana to cast Decrepify or amplify damage or whatever. I think does this require me to put points in here? It just says 5 points, so can I spend those anywhere? If so, I'll do it on Corpse Explosion instead. I can do it anywhere. Let's just do that. Let's make Corpse Explosion better. I should take one of these. Right. All right. Yeah, this is a good time. Oh, I got Skeletal Mages unlocked. I didn't even realize it. Shadow Mages have a 10% chance to stun for 2 seconds. Fire an additional Shadow Bolt every 4th attack. Oh, I guess I just get them automatically with Raised Skeleton. Okay, that's nice that there's not multiple skills that I have to keep track of. All right, I'm gonna split the recording there, but I'll just stitch it out in the next one. So from your perspective, no time will pass. From my perspective, it might be some time that passes. Yeah. All right, so life happened, and it's been several weeks since I last played Diablo 4, so it might take me a second to get my sea legs back here. Cat's with me. He's on a phone call at the moment, so I'm just gonna keep pushing through the story for now. I think that's probably fine. I don't know. Probably makes the most sense to warp somewhere. I gotta remind myself how to play this game. I think it's just you click on stuff and it dies, but I'll look at my buttons here in a second. I wonder if this game assumes that you installed it to the SSD, because I certainly didn't. I think the load times get faster after you've been playing for a while in a session. Okay, so I have Raised Skeleton, Corpse Explosion, Decompose, and Blight. Got it.
Can't you see I'm busy? Yes, the
I
knights
have
are
a
not
travel
preferred,
ability.
but they serve a purpose.
I'm not ready yet.
Is this a shrine? Is that what that is? Conduit Shrine. Those are the same as the Conduit Shrines in Diablo 3. Yeah, that's...
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, that's interesting. It just replaces all of your abilities with Conduit stuff.
There is something strange going on here.
Three-faced statue. I'm having that weird
Nerel must be nearby.
hanging. Enter the darkened Holt. Now the game's a bit loud. I'm turning it down a hair here.
Okay, I'm back.
You're back? Cool. I think you can just join me. Is that how that works?
I think I need to add you on my friends list again, because I think we were only friend listed through battle and not... Oh wait, I don't see you on my friends list.
Let me take a look. Social. I see you. Cat and Crunch. The Withered Scrubs. Invite to party.
I don't know why I wasn't seeing you.
Do you have lots of Diablo friends now?
By lots, 4, and I
Okay.
feel like 4 is a lot.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I know I went through it. I feel like this game it wants to be very social, but I don't think it's achieved yet.
Yeah. Yeah. There's certain games where like you will definitely fill your friends list from playing it a lot, and I guess Diablo, I've never felt like that's what Diablo is for me. So how brutal is it going to be going from a level 100 character to level 15?
I don't think it will be, actually.
You'll still get reasonable XP and loot and stuff. So if you're 100, does that mean you're done? Or you're just getting loot now? Like, what's your current project?
No, I just hit 100, just like within me and you talking. Actually.
Oh, congratulations.
You logging on, thank you. So I can still farm for super rare uniques. So and they just added that in the most recent season here. level 100 characters still have things to do. So I'm excited about that.
That's cool. They made it easier to get 100. Like, it's actually, the fact that you got 100 means that it's actually possible to get 100. I know you play this a reasonable amount, but like, you're not like poop socking it. You're not I think the term is a neat. Someone with no job that just plays for 16 hours a day. You're not playing that much, and that's kind of what level 100 used to be, based on my experience with Diablo.
It's nice to be able to like still have a life, still be able to spend time with family, and like hit level 100 within a couple of weeks of the season casually. That feels really good.
Yeah, that's cool.
I like it that way, but I like it.
No, I think that's good. Especially if they like, all that matters is that they have something for you to do once you hit 100. I thought Diablo 3's end game was pretty well balanced around. I gotta turn the game down a little bit. It was pretty balanced around, like, you would get to max level, and then there was like a pretty clear chart of content that you were intended to do. There's like, you want to get a set of items, you want to get a certain kind of weapon, you want to do greater rifts and get greater rifts up to like level 50 or something. And then you could feel like, okay, I'm done. I've run out of stuff to do. But that would still take a reasonable amount of time. You wouldn't feel like you would run out of content in like a week, right? So hopefully this is getting closer to that.
Yeah, I mean, from what I hear also people talking about that are used to, they feel like, you know, it's getting there, you know, slowly, but, you know, by next year we might have like a full, complete experience, which I don't think it's so much Blizzard dragging feet on purpose and trying to, like, you know, drip feed us the content so much as I think they're trying to figure out the balance between having dads and casual gamers and having a game that's widely accessible to everybody and something that people that are hardcore that have been there since day one can enjoy. Like, I don't think that people give enough respect to how difficult that must be to try to balance.
It's a very difficult, like,
for the developers, but I do think that's got to be hard.
No. I think it's almost impossible, honestly. I've seen a couple games really focus on it and try to make it work, and I think it can be done. I guess to give an example, RuneScape is doing a seasonal event this year that they give you a choice between two different, like, really powerful abilities that aren't in the normal game. You know, it's only in seasons. And what they've done is that most of those choices are that one of the choices is for dads and one of the choices is for neats who are going to sit and poop socket and play it for 16 hours a day, right? And I think that's pretty reasonable because, like, the poop sockers could be like, oh, I'm not going to take the dad ability. I'm so smart because I'm taking the one that's going to make me get further on the leaderboards, right? And the dads can say, oh, fuck, I'm going to take the one that's going to let me play the game sooner because I don't have time to dick around here and take hours and hours and hours to get to the fun part of the game. So maybe having strategies like that, having like builds or characters that are kind of intended for people that are going to spend way too much time in the season versus the dad that just wants to play it most evenings that you're free, right? And try to feel like you can make progress. I do think it's really hard to do, though.
I cannot carry more.
Oh, I gotta sell some shit, remind me, disenchanting I have to do in town, right? Like breaking down items?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do that real quick.
Trying to figure out why I don't see you on the map.
Is it world tendency or something?
I don't know. I mean, I know I'm on your map. I'm in your world because I see all your objectives and stuff, but I just don't see you for whatever reason.
Just town portaled, so maybe that would help.
Ah, there you are.
All right, and is the blacksmith icon to dust items to like break them, disenchant them? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I see one in this town. Am I crazy?
No, right over here.
Oh, there's like a quest icon on top of him. Okay, thanks.
Let's have a look at you, Buckles need reinforcing. This leather's cracked. What have you been getting yourself into, huh? Look, you live or die by the quality of your equipment. If you've the coin and materials, I can improve it for you.
Sounds good. All right, salvage by item quality, all junk. Magic. Could have just done all items, I guess. Okay. I don't have to repair yet. Okay. Go back in my teleport. Then maybe you can find your way to me.
Mm-hmm. I can just teleport on you once you get where you're going. Or I should be. There we go. Now, do you have any preference for how you prefer me to co-op with you with being at 100? Like, I'm doing,
No, not really. So you can't really like rush me at all, right? Like,
you know what? I think I can melt everything. Like, I might be able to semi power level you, I think.
All right, we'll see. I'm still just going to be moving through the story at whatever rate, so I don't really mind if things just like instantly die in front of me, I guess.
Okay. Well, let me know if you need me to switch anything up with how I'm approaching this, because I don't want to like mess up your content for sure.
Oh, no worries. Are you playing any other characters this season?
That might accidentally kill everything.
Oh, okay.
So you know what? In season 1, I was open to like, hey, I might try this class and I might try that class. But now that they've done the whole like trying to expand on the end game, I'm probably just going to keep my rogue. I'm going to keep the same character and just keep trying to farm for the uber uniques.
That was how I did Diablo 3. Is I would pick one class per season. And that way I would feel like I wouldn't like burn through every class. Yes. Like I look forward to the next season to play a different one.
Season 3, right. Season 3 I might be a sorcerer, and then that feels like a new game I get.
Exactly. I'll do the same thing with Necromancer, probably.
You're stuck in an illusion created by the Horadrim.
I really enjoy this character.
The portal will lead you through this crude trap.
Oh, meaning the NPC wolf dog thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoy that character.
Yeah, I like the story so far.
Me too. I really like the D4 story.
Oh, hey, Tristram. Yeah, it's playing the old music. This is Diablo 1 and 2.
Can I tell you, when I played Diablo 4 and the experiences that me and you had with Diablo 3, I don't know if I've ever told you, but I wish I had nostalgia for this game. Like, I wish I was there. I genuinely legit wish I was there for the beginning of Diablo.
Yeah, so you can feel like, oh, okay, this is cute.
Yeah, like, oh, this is warm to me. This is a familiar area. Like, I wish I had that.
Mountains. You'd lost your horse and crawled into that cave. Would have frozen to death if not for me.
Why are you helping me?
Oh, it's very simple. You want to stop Lilith, and I want you to succeed. But you'll never do that by following the Horadrim.
Interesting. I think you could, it would be reasonable to go back and play Diablo 1, 2, and 3 just to do like a single playthrough. They're not, I guess you already have the Diablo 2 Resurrected. I guess if you finish a season and you're waiting for the next season, and you need something to play for a bit.
To warn you, a day will come when the Horadrim stumble. Don't be there when they do.
In order to advance your story, do I need to interact with these
will lead you to that
with these quest lines?
I'm just talking to characters. I think you're doing okay. Are you getting like cutscenes and dialogue and stuff?
I am. I didn't know if I needed to hit them along with you, but it looks like as long as you're
as long as I'm clicking them, okay.
Okay. I needed to find the happy medium for that if I need to click stuff or not, but it looks like I'm good with just waiting for you. Hey, baby. Yeah, Daddy will come get you some cereal here in a sec.
I think I've lost my way. The same thing happened to my mother and me earlier on.
Oh, something else.
The trail to the vault ends here, so it should be somewhere around in these woods.
So what is your build right now?
Someone toying with us. This place is
So I have a shadow,
What's that supposed to be?
shadow poison dagger build, I guess I could say. Shadow poison dagger mimic build. Heavy on the physical damage. I tried to like tear down and rebuild my character and do a freeze build, which it was strong, but I didn't like the way it felt as much as the shadow build, so I ended up putting the shadow stuff back on.
I see. The path is different now. The statue.
I think I've kind of just settled into how I like my rogue to play.
Yeah.
Which is nice because I run into other rogues that play differently, and that's kind of nice.
It's nice to see, like, okay, I'm not the same cookie cutter character.
Finally,
exactly.
the Horadric Vault.
I'm sure there's stronger rogues out there, but I just like the way this one plays. So.
It's the place.
What I expected. But let's not give up hope. All we need is one book, one spell to help
I think
us
the
cross the Black Lake.
design of necromancers in this game is so cool, man.
Yeah. It's nice that they have like it looks like his hand has a little bit of a shake to it, which is cool. It looks kind of frail.
What of the passage over there?
And they've always been good. Blizzard has always been good at getting like the silhouettes right. Like you want to be able to recognize what character somebody is just based on the shape of them and not like specifically on what gear they have.
Exactly.
They always did that with Overwatch.
Yeah. Yeah, they do a good job at that now that you mention it. With Overwatch too, yeah.
They sometimes lose control of it a bit if they end up having too many skins and optional content and stuff, but I feel like that should be important, that you should be able to see from distance, oh, that's a barbarian, I can tell just because of the character's silhouette.
Right, just how broad their shoulders are, I can tell that's a barbarian easy.
Same symbol on the door. I have an idea.
It's not a thing a lot of developers actively think about, and like if you try to play a Diablo clone, it can show sometimes when you're just like, you don't know what's going on because everything looks the same.
And you didn't think about it enough to realize how important it could potentially be, right?
Chest-based chart.
Would that be classified as like a quality of life, you think? To be able to like glance over and tell what somebody's playing?
I guess I'd say it's polish, yeah, but similar. Kind of, it's not necessary strictly for the game to work, but there are developers that are more focused on polish and quality of life than others, and it shows. It's hard because like I think it's difficult to tell when it's been done because it's just so seamless, but it's really easy to notice when it's missing.
It's the same seal as before. Should be easy enough to break it again. But why would someone use it here?
One way to
I'll be right back. I'm going to grab Cameron something to eat.
No worries.
I'll slow you down in the meantime.
Yeah, see ya.
I'll open the door, and if we split up, we'll work faster that way.
Only if you stay on this side of the door.
Fine.
What am I looking for?
Don't you know? A book, a scroll, or anything that will help us cross the Black Lake. Chestbeath chart.
Demons.
I have a level up here. I should probably spend it. These guys are dead. Oh, hey, these guys.
I'm not ready yet.
I really like the sound on Corpse Explosion. Sound design's important. Oop. That. Oh, magic or higher quality item in every slot. Nice. Okay, so Book of the Dead. The weight, right? Till 18 to get another one of those. Gets to be more corpses. Blood Mist. Let's just max out Corpse Explosion for now. I have an essence problem. It's important.
I cannot.
Cannot join a boss encounter right now. Huh, I don't know why not. Well, I guess I'll look around elsewhere. Sapphire fragments, okay. Doke. Go see if it lets me in the boss room here.
I need more time.
Maybe there's somebody else fighting it or something? Short Herald of Lilith. I do like the whole enemies can spawn corpses thing. That's nice.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
I'm not super clear on how the party scaling is working here. It feels like boss is scaled because Kat's in the room with me, but it's not like scaled like I would expect it to be for a level 100 character. So maybe it's just like she just has a flat increase in health for me having a party of 2 characters and it doesn't care about his level. I think it's doing like a World of Warcraft thing where it's trying to calculate how much damage everyone is doing abstractly based on the level difference. Which is kind of neat because it seems like it lets you play with other people at different levels, but it also makes it really hard to tell, like, what does it mean that it says I'm doing 28 damage per hit? I'm curious if when Kat attacks the boss, it says a really, really big number, but still converts to the same amount of health damage, right?
whoever has come and refused the bowl of cereal today, she just could not be bothered.
Would not have cereal.
Would not take cereal. Just would not.
I need more time.
Boy.
I need more time.
Sure.
Why was a demon guarding that book? I should take this back to Nerel.
Okay, it goes in like a quest item section. Gotcha. Oh, that's nice. I don't have to walk all the way back.
How are you feeling about the way the game plays and feels so far?
The game feels still quite good, yeah.
My allies must be here.
Oh, you have to be standing near me, I guess. There it goes.
Interesting. This ledger was written by the Haradrim. This is chronicling spells and theories created by Rathma, the first necromancer.
That's not what we are looking for.
No. But it can still work. There must be a spell in this book we can use to bring my mother back. She knows the ritual to cross the Black Lake.
Seems like a bad idea.
This is a good idea.
Yeah.
It's all we have. My mother will help us through. Meet me down there.
Can do. Sorry, I'm only able to mute either OBS or Discord, so I'm going to mute when I cough to the stream, but you're going to have to hear me cough in your ear constantly. I'm sorry.
No, you're totally fine. You're totally fine.
Still recovering from COVID and strep. All right. Where does it want me to go here? It's just wanting me to go outside. No, seriously, what does it want me to do next? Is there a dedicated button for quests? Okay, here we go. That's interesting. So I have campaign options for Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3 at the same time. Does it? Can you just do shit out of order?
I don't remember for sure, but I think you can.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking at that now. So I suppose so. I don't see what would be stopping you, huh? Yeah, I'm seeing it.
I could see them eventually wanting to build it around people doing this over and over and over in every single season. So giving you some opportunity for variety makes sense. I like the way Diablo 3 did it, where it was like, once you beat the story mode once, you permanently unlocked adventure mode, which was basically just the whole map is open. You can teleport to fight all the bosses, right? Sounds like this one is still doing, like, you still play through the story every time, and there's not really an equivalent of adventure mode.
See that the kitchen is ready for tomorrow's service. Angels above, you've returned. The Reverend Mother will want to hear of this, but she's away at Corvalar. Seek your blessing there. Everything is unfolding as Inarius foretold. Soon, he will be free.
Oh shoot,
to
I might need to leave your party. I need to participate in a world event.
Oh yeah, go for it.
He belongs.
I will return.
You drop in, drop out, right? Did you say people have talked about how the max zoom is really tight?
Yeah, people are saying that the standard camera is, they're not exactly loving how tight it is.
Yeah.
guess in
I
other
keep
previous Diablo
instinctively
games.
trying to zoom out. It's
Yeah,
not a
yeah,
problem.
there was the thing that used to be there, but now they don't have it there.
Well, the problem, this is like a problem with this kind of game. Like a lot of people will play modern MMOs where they're so zoomed out that their character takes up like a pixel, right? And it's like if you're trying to enforce a certain visual style for your game and you want it to look good and you want the combat to feel a certain way, you kind of have to enforce a certain frame. But once they've let people zoom so far out, it's really hard to like break the habit. I'm not mad about it. I'm just imagining, like, I bet there are people who are really mad about this.
Yeah, I first started seeing online people talking about it and kind of, I don't want to say being super mad about it, but just kind of like filing a complaint, like, well, this is a thing that we used to be able to do. Why would you take it out?
Yeah.
Now I remember kind of being like, the camera's fine. I don't see what everybody's complaining about. But now I'm kind of like, yeah, I see why people will want this thing backed up a bit.
Yeah.
Because, like, I mean, obviously getting killed from something off screen you didn't see is never pleasant, right?
That's kind of what, to me, that this genre devolves to in other attempts to recreate it. Like, it sounds like a lot of the time in a game like Path of Exile, you're invincible until you load into a screen and something kills you from off screen and you have no idea what happened. And it happened in like a frame, right? Like, that's...
Right. That becomes like the only way that you can be killed once you get so powerful, right? And it's like, well... Is it there as just a construct, or is it something that you really can't do something?
Why are we doing this way?
Yeah, exactly. Why did you choose it? Really, why did you choose it?
I think it feels really bad. It's like probably one of the worst feelings in a game to just find everything's fine, and then I just died in an instant without even knowing what happened, right? Like,
oh, infuriating.
I wonder what they could do. Like, I know they keep adding mechanics that try to stop you from getting one shot. Like, it seems like a lot of modern action games, like I was playing the Spider-Man 2018 game on PS5, which is really good. But that has a mechanic where, like, you're always reduced to 1 hit point before you just die. And it feels really good, because it's like, when you get reduced to 1 hit point, you're like, oh shit, now I need to, like, start paying attention because the next hit's gonna kill me.
Yeah, that's in a lot of games with that false death.
Yeah, there's some kind of secret math behind the scenes where it goes, okay, if this would have brought you to 0, instead it will bring you to 1, and then you'll die the next time you get hit.
That's real prominent in first-person shooters, right?
Really?
Yeah,
Makes sense.
Is super prominent, especially like one single-player first-person shooters. That mechanic is real prominent.
That would make sense.
Because it makes you feel like, you know, an action hero, like, oh, I was so close to death. And really
right. I think it just doesn't feel good to just get hit from a large amount of health to 0. Like, you want to feel like you're able to respond to something bad happening.
Yeah.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Oh, that's an upgrade. Okay. Are you doing like a world boss or something?
So it's like so there's an area of the world map that becomes kind of like enemies that you can obtain special items from, and it's a limited time only. So like, it's not necessarily a boss as it is like an arena thing.
I see.
Advantage of this while I can, because it provides resources that I need for
And it's time gated, it's only available certain times.
Exactly. So I need to farm it as much as possible while it's available.
I need more essence.
I don't know how I feel about time gated content. I guess they probably do it because it encourages to have a whole bunch of players in the same place at the same time, but is it frequent enough that you don't feel like, oh man, I got to get back from the store because at 4 p.m. there's an event and it's the one time it's going to happen today, right? Like that would make me want to scream.
No, I don't think it's, I think it's frequent enough to where you don't have to feel like, oh man, if I don't catch it today and I just happen to be like out doing really important shit, then I gotta wait 3 days or a full day before I can have it again. Like it happens several times a day.
Okay.
But also like that's kind of easy for me to say. Like I never played like World of Warcraft where I assumed that there were events where it's like, oh, there's a world boss today at 2 o'clock and it's only happening today at 2 o'clock and the next time it happens will be next Thursday type shit.
Yeah.
Like, I never had that experience with gaming, so I don't know how inconvenient that really is.
To me, the worst that I remembered was there's an MMO called Final Fantasy 11, and there was a boss. So the way it worked is once per day, there would be a 3-hour window, right? At any moment during that 3-hour window, one of 2 bosses could spawn. There was a 90% chance that the shit boss would spawn and a 10% chance that the good boss would spawn. And only one group could claim the boss, right? Like you were actually competing. Nowadays, they're smart enough to make it so if there's like a world boss, everybody can fight it and everybody gets rewards. But only one group could claim it. So the experience of playing this game was I was obligated, like I had to log in every day for when these boss windows were up, go stand in a room and spam the thing that would like target the monster to claim it for our group for 3 hours until it spawned and hope that it was the 10% spawn, right? Like most games aren't that bad. They've kind of learned that's a nightmare, let's not do that. But there's always some variant of like I'm gonna be late to work because I have to pull this boss, or I'm gonna not go to the store today because I have to do this time-gated content. So it's nice if it's just like it's frequent enough that you'll see it a few times when you're playing normally, but you don't feel like you have to log in, right?
You know what's kind of fucked up is like I could see how somebody on paper in 1999 on the Dell processor computer could think that's a good idea.
It's a good idea, yeah.
Honestly, like I swear to God, I can.
It's kind of a neat mechanic.
Yeah, like I could see a world where somebody brings that up in a meeting and everybody's sitting like forward in their chair going, "Oh shit, bro! Oh shit! Like you killed that. Wait, say it again." Like I could see how that could be an exciting idea. But then after a couple of weeks or months, even people going, "All right, bro, like this is a pain in the ass."
I think you just automatically don't think about like what the player experience is like. You know, you don't go, okay, so what does this actually mean for somebody's day? What if someone's like at their job or something?
That sounds really cool, right? Like there's this mysterious happening that gets everybody excited. I'm sure for a little while it was probably exciting before you realize like how much it sucks.
Yeah. Oh, that seems nice.
You suck. You suck. Oh, this bug sucks. I might leave. I don't know if I want to even risk dying to this thing.
Oh, you having some kind of bug?
Oh no! There's an actual.
Oh, like a bug, like an insect. Okay.
It sucks, and I'm not even sure if fighting this is going to be worth it. No, you jerk! Don't you dare! Don't you do this to me!
Reverend Mother Prava expects me.
No.
Open the gates.
Why are you so focused on me?
You were good soldiers. Worked hard. Fought hard. Drank hard too.
I will say though that Diablo 4 has like cured me and my friends like gaming woes we were having. We were really like having a hard time finding something that we could both play, right? That was like co-op.
It was like an infinite well.
Yeah, that was an infinite like loot well that we both enjoyed. Like we were really hurting for like a year and a half for something to play together. And this is essentially solved all those problems.
That's good to hear.
Might not have a job when she's done with me.
Like we didn't even need the game to be perfect or war winning. Like we just wanted something decently fun that we could dump a bunch of time in and play together.
It's tough to have a game that is a well that's you're always able to come back to it and draw more water from it, right? But it also doesn't feel like it's like draining your soul or that you have to play it all the time. It's
Right. Yeah.
tough balance to get.
And then, like, you know, with the seasons, it's new enough, frequently enough to, like, if we go away from it for a while, it'll bring us back.
Hold. She's expecting
I mean,
us.
we were playing Red Dead Redemption 2 online before this launch, so that should tell you about where we were with it. Not that that's a bad experience, but
No, I know what you mean, though. You're very much squeezing blood from a stone, I imagine.
Oh, yes. Yes, a Western stone at that.
First, you will be made worthy.
Talk about a bad economy in video games. Oof. Oh man, that ROI is terrible.
Make no mistake, this war is holy.
Play for hours to make 5 game dollars. You earned 0.1 gold bars.
Until then, we have our parts to play. Make a pilgrimage to the Alabaster Monastery. Cleanse your spirit. Then we may discuss a blessing.
Red Dead seems like a really good example of a game that is intentionally not structured to be played over and over and over. Like it's trying to like immerse you and make things deliberately slow, right? To make it feel like you're really in the world. And I can imagine that being fun online for a while, but if you're actually trying to like gamify it and be like, okay, I need to get as much money as I can because I have these objectives, like some of the things that are slow about it, like having to watch the whole skinning animation every time you skin an animal, right?
It feels like it's actively working against you
Yeah.
for a long time, right?
Yeah, and I guess it's not, it just feels like you have competing incentives there. Like on the one hand, we want this to feel immersive. On the other hand, we want you to play it for 7,000 hours. And like those two things unfortunately, they don't cooperate. I don't think I've played a game that's like focused super on immersion that's able to be played forever. That's like an infinite well you can draw on.
West of here,
those two aspects do not work well together.
I'm told it takes on your sin, weighs you down, body and soul, beats the hell out of you. It'll cleanse you, prepare you to stand before the Father.
What kind of
I hope
thing
you don't
got
have many
going there,
regrets,
Buster?
friend. This kind of thing is a lot deadlier for some than others. Watch out.
I will say I do like coming across other people in the
you
world
at the end.
occasionally. And
Yeah,
seeing
it's kind of neat.
running. Yeah, I like that. I have heard Diablo 4 be called the loneliest open world. And I get what they're saying, but you know, I don't know.
I feel like that's, I don't know, I've always associated Diablo as like this miserable, like it would be weird to see another person who's powerful because the world is like, if you think about the flavor of the setting, like this is a horrible place to live. Everyone here is getting murdered constantly. So I kind of like the feel in the older games where, since it was all lobby based, you would only see another player if you were like actively in their lobby with them. And so you felt like you were the only person in the world who was able to stand against the demonic hordes, and every NPC is just getting killed all the time.
Kind of makes it feel correct that it feels lonely and empty, right?
Right, exactly. And I guess people are saying this feels empty because they're not seeing terribly many people in towns. There's just a chance to see people, or...
I don't know. I feel like I run into a lot of people. Again, it's going to sound like I'm caping, but like, I think you have that experience before you put a lot of hours in the game, because once you get to like level, like past the 90s, you do start seeing a lot of people because you're doing a lot of the same things.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense.
You know, early in the game, you're not doing a lot of the same things, so you're not running into a lot of people. But once you get 90 and above, like you're all farming the same bosses, you're all needing the same resources. So now, like, oh shit, before I go into this dungeon, there's 8 people outside this dungeon waiting to go in because people want to party up and do this dungeon together, kind of thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. There is something to be said for seeing the same face more than once. Like, they started to have that problem in World of Warcraft, because the way WoW used to work is that everybody would be on different servers, and the servers would be kind of a tight-knit community. And there was a huge downside to having things separated by servers, because it meant that, like, if you wanted to find people to party up with you to go do a dungeon, you were limited to the people who were on your server, right? So they've tried to like blend the worlds together, that when you like walk into a dungeon, people from any server can join the dungeon with you, and when you like are walking around fighting a boss in the real world, people from any server can suddenly spawn in next to you. But it kind of reduces the feeling of community, and it reduces the feeling of like, oh, I know that person, I've seen them at the last 3 bosses I killed, right? So I don't know how the instancing works in this game. I'm actually really curious how the math works in this game. The fact that we're even able to play together with you being level 100 and me being level 15 is like insane to me. I don't. How did they do that? Because I assume that like when you're attacking enemies, it shows you your big ass damage numbers, even though I'm attacking the same enemy and it's showing me my tiny ass damage numbers. So it's like showing those damage numbers, but that's not really what's happening. What's actually happening is we're like hitting them for a percentage of their health, maybe.
Right. Yeah.
Sting of your wounds. Let the ice into your bones. Welcome your pain. For the agony of the flesh is the first cleansing of the soul. Make your faith stronger than any hurt.
Joke. See somebody in the trade chat asking someone to help them kill Lilith for an achievement. Like, do achievements do anything for you in this?
I don't know. I haven't beaten Lilith myself, so I don't know.
Yeah, interesting. I was wondering if there was like some kind of bonus for getting achievements.
I do not know.
I need more time.
Is Lilith like an Uber boss then? I kind of just expected you would fight her as part of the normal story, like fighting Diablo in the other games.
Yeah, you will fight her as part of the normal campaign, but then there's Uber Lilith.
Oh, that's probably what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Feel how small you are. Embrace humility.
So that's kind of a thing for you to work toward eventually, is now that you're level 100.
Yeah, actually, that was one of the things I thought about. Like, I wonder if I can go ahead and try to do Uber Lilith now. Because it's not even like a gimme. Like, from what I understand, you can be at level 100 and not build your character out good enough to still beat Uber Lilith.
That sounds right for Ubers in the past games. Are usually pretty hard.
Gotcha. Kind of like having those tests in the game where it's like, okay, you can beat these bosses.
Yeah.
But if you want to beat this boss, you need to really like optimize your build and pay attention.
That was, I really like that about Diablo 3. I think some people weren't big fans of it, but they had, I don't know if we played enough Diablo 3 for you to get to it. In the end game, they had what were called greater rifts, and it was like a randomized dungeon. Yeah, you had a 15-minute time limit to beat the boss, to kill a certain number of enemies and then beat the boss. And then it just, every time you did a new level of Greater Rift, you'd start at Greater Rift 1 and then Greater Rift 2 and so on. And so every season there was like a reasonable Greater Rift level that most players should be able to clear. And usually it was like, let's say it was like 50, right? So you could use that to say, oh, my build is clearing Greater Rift 50 trivially. So I know that I have a really good setup and I have really good gear because I can like, I can peg it to this content, right?
Your achievement through your abilities as a class or character, yeah. I like that. It's kind of like a measuring stick for you.
Yeah. And they could use it for balance too, because they could say, okay, we looked at everybody's builds for the season and, you know, most builds were able to clear 50. Only this build cleared 70. So clearly that one's a huge outlier if it got 20 levels higher than everybody else. I don't know if there's anything like that in this, or if that's mostly bosses and Ubers.
I think they're working towards it, if nothing else. Right? Like, I think they're gradually trying to get that incorporated, but I don't think they wanted to jump right out the window and go straight to it, because then you're turning off some of the casuals, right?
Sure, yeah, because it's very grindy.
That, hey, you know, if this is my first time playing Diablo and I'm a dad, like, I might not quite understand right away, like, you're not meant to beat Uber Lilith, and that's not really for you. Like, you just, I paid $70 and I want all
it's content. Let me do the content. Yeah, exactly. I'm with you.
Which I'm cool with that. Like, I like that there's some stuff in the game that maybe I just didn't optimize my build enough to do. Like, I like having that in the world, but I don't know if everybody feels that way. But I really do need to see if I can be Uber Lilith.
I personally think that part of the ARPG genre, the looter ARPG, is that you want to provide players with tools to... How do I put this? Like, I think I was talking about it last time we were playing, that there's like a sweet spot where things aren't quite dying in one hit, but they're also not taking more than like 3 hits, right? Yeah. And so you want to have sliders. So like with Diablo 3, what you would do is you would find the Greater Rift where things were dying in about 3 hits. And it's like, okay, this means I'm probably going to get good rewards for doing this. It's going to feel reasonably challenging. And it's really hard to make that feel like it's that all the time.
So I like playing cards.
There's a lot in these kind of games, man, and I do try to take time to stop and really realize and appreciate like the work that must have gone into making something like this.
Yeah.
It is kind of easy to say what's not in the game, but what is in the game, I think a lot of times gets overlooked.
You made it. That makes one of us at least.
You heard from Prava?
I will soon. But enough about that. You're about to meet Father Inarius.
Inarius, interesting. We don't know what happened to Hell, or not Hell, Heaven, at the end of 3. Seemed like it was kind of a shit show. Yeah, it's that, I was calling it, I don't know if you want to call it the Curse of Innocence or the Wiki Curse or whatever, but like, it's become impossible to just play the video game that is Diablo 4. And like, I'm just going to play the story and dick around. Like, before you even start playing it, you're already imagining, how is this going to dominate the next 2 years of my life, right? You can't just say, I'm just going to play this game and just interact with it earnestly as a product.
Start on this game going to entail? Yeah. What is this going to mean for me in my future if I do play this game?
And unfortunately, there have been a lot of developers that have been leaning into that, where they're like, we're not just going to make a game, we're going to make a platform. Like, I think Fortnite has been doing that for a long time. Like, this isn't just going to be a thing that we expect you to play for a little bit. We actively want you to sink every waking hour of your life into it. Yeah, a lifestyle. That's a good way to put it.
Small, wonderfully small.
I really don't even know if that's a good thing or not, like for gamers to have to think about where they're putting their time so extensively, right?
Yeah.
Like, we all have to do that with anything that we do, but like it just seems like it's so painstaking now in gaming where like you have to really think pie chart style about where you're putting your time.
Yeah, every hour I spend in Diablo 4 is an hour not spent in something else, right?
Right. Potentially playing something Game of the Year worthy or something. Or supporting a developer or studio that I really want to succeed, and that could be on me, on my shoulders as a consumer, if that studio makes it or not. Like, it's a lot of responsibility to have on somebody that's just trying to enjoy a game.
Yeah. The art assets in this mission are really cool. There's like some actual paintings that you can inspect. I really like this game's aesthetic. I mean, you and Mac might enjoy Last Exile whenever it finishes. I think it's still in beta at this point, but it's like this.
Last Exile?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or Last Epoch? Hold on.
Last Epoch. I think you're merging Path of Exile
with Last Epoch.
Got you. I have heard about that game a little bit, but like Path of Exile just dominates any.
Don't play Path of Exile. That game makes me so mad.
Conversation.
Path of Exile is a game that I think would actually kill you, Kat, if you played it. I think you would like physically die.
I think you would die. You know how I am about like.
I think your heart would just stop.
You just could not handle it. Your eyes would melt out of your brain.
And I don't mean that as like I don't think you could handle it. I think you would hate it so much. Like you would be so intensely turned off that you would just cease to be.
And then you know me, like I would immediately go into trying to figure out, well, why do people like this so much and it's so miserable for me? I went through that a little bit with the Resident Evil remake. You know what I mean? Like,
why do people like this? Why am I? What's wrong with me? I don't get it.
Yeah, look, exactly. It's like I'm not even mad at the game. What's wrong with me where I can't enjoy this?
The Black Lake.
I really want to know how I'm broken in a way that I can't enjoy this game.
This is cool with Anarius.
During my time here, it is that what we're looking for and what we need are rarely the same thing.
Oh, I'm so glad.
I once thought I could find an end to this war, but there has been no resolution, only more pain. Everything I've done has pulled me further from home, from the place I need to be.
They did a really good job of setting up this Anarius stuff. Like they had a nice long sequence where you had to purify yourself of sin. And then you come into the cathedral and there's no enemies. You just look at all the paintings.
I think I said last time we played too, man. What I think is impressive is like as many complaints as you can find out there on the internet about Diablo 4. Like,
No one's complained about the story.
No one has complained about the campaign. Like you'll be hard pressed to find anybody complain about the actual just linear story mode. Which I think is some, you know.
Well, because the campaign in 3 was horrible, so it's worth.
A lot of room there.
Had a glow up. They've learned a lot of lessons about storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
That was a cool scene. Nice. And I'm not even sure that Diablo 2, like Diablo 2 holds up, I think, as a story, but I don't know how much of Diablo 2 holding up is because they very deliberately designed it that way, or it was just like borderline accidental that they were just like, hey, we're just gonna, there's not gonna be a lot of dialogue, right? Because we don't want to pay a bunch of voice actors. It feels great. It feels empty and quiet and scary and dark.
I forget what breakdown I was watching, but I had heard somebody mention that, like, yeah, I just really think they didn't want to pay any voice actors in this game.
Yeah, and it's like they almost had too many options with Diablo 3. So they're like, okay, well, we're gonna have the Lord of Hell calling you on your cell phone to taunt you constantly, because we can afford to do that. It made it like Diablo 2 is so cool because like you walk into a room and there's like the demon, there's like the boss. It just happens, right? There's no cutscene. It doesn't pull control away. It's kind of spooky.
Like, oh shit, there he is.
Yeah, and then Diablo 3, it's like this scary demon is calling you on your cell phone to say like, you'll never defeat the next thing, and then you defeat the next thing. Well, you defeated that thing, but you'll never defeat the next thing. And he does it every time, and it's like, oh, just shut up. Like you would be way scarier if you shut the fuck up.
What you're saying about how that works in Diablo reminded me of something I've been meaning to talk to you about. I'm doing the Jaden. Something I want to talk to you. So, are you familiar with Terrifier at all?
No, I'm not. What is it?
Oh man, so Terrifier is like kind of one of the newer horror franchises with a new like face of horror, Art the Clown, right?
Okay.
And they do really, really, really good practical effects.
Oh, sweet.
You know, body horror type stuff, right? And kind of like new emerging director and stuff. They just do really, really good with actual practical effects. And the reason why I bring it up is because Art the Clown, the antagonist for the series, is like very much kind of what you're saying, like you don't know what's going to happen. It just kind of pops up on you. It's not a whole lot of typical long drawn out scenes like here comes the scare, here comes the scare. Like it's been, I think I was 8 the last time I felt like that about Freddy Krueger, where like anything's on the table, anything could happen.
Sure.
And when I watch these movies, I'm just hoping that anything could happen at any point. And I think they do that so well with Art the Clown and Terrifier, where like you're watching scenes and you're just like, this motherfucker could do anything. And I just really feel like anything's on the table.
I want to see that because I've seen like horror is a tough genre for me because I'm at the point where I can't just like completely naively engage with media. Like I feel like that, I mean, I lose something, right? I have to watch it as this is a movie. A director made this, somebody shot this shot was composed in this way. Yeah, like you're hearing the soundtrack, it's like, okay, the soundtrack cut out and the camera is laid out in such a way that like 2/3 of the screen are empty, so clearly there's a jump scare that's coming, right? So I need something that can work for that kind of brain, and I think that brain is bad in some ways. Like I think there's a lot of media that I can't enjoy anymore because of that, you know. It's sort of like the movie version of what I was just talking about with the curse of innocence with video games, that you know, I can't just play Diablo. I have to think about, well, how does Diablo fit into my lifestyle? I can't just watch a horror movie. It better be like the best horror movie.
Yep, exactly, because you're constantly thinking about it's funny where it's like when we were growing up, it used to be like, if you're watching Nickelodeon, it's time that you're not watching Disney Channel. And that's kind of where it existed in a vacuum. But now everything is so spread out to where it's like, if you're watching Nickelodeon, then I'm not
playing a video game. I'm not hanging out with my child.
Yes, everything is constantly competing for your attention. It's not just everything in that playing field, but it's everything at all times competing for your attention.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking trying to watch reality TV with my phone in my hand, like staring at that screen as well.
I know his ways. That is approval enough for me. In the name of the light, I bless you. May the light flow through you and keep you from corruption and sin. Our victory.
Just a little update for you. I am getting like all the resources that I needed to get from this. It's working out so well right now.
Is that mostly what the end game is getting like currencies and resources, would you say?
Right
as
now,
opposed
yeah,
to hunting for specific drops?
Well, yeah, but you got to get the currencies and resources to be able to fight the boss.
To roll for the drop. Okay. Gotcha.
So, you know, I like it. I like the grind on that.
Yeah,
I'm kind of glad that they didn't make it where I can just keep popping in the dungeon or keep waiting on the dungeon and become available. It's like, no, while you can't fight the boss, you need to be off obtaining the resources that it takes to get the boss to be able to spawn.
I think I prefer currencies because you have the problem where you'll have a game like most of RuneScape is oriented where it's like, okay, killing this enemy only takes 30 seconds, but the thing you need from it is like a 1 in 500 drop. And you could do that. It could be mathematically identical to do the same thing and just say, hey, you need to kill this boss 500 times and then you'll have enough tokens to buy the thing you need, right? On average, it still takes you about 500 kills to get the thing. But I guess with the way, if you do it with currency, it's reliable. You know that every kill you're doing, you're like, okay, I'm getting closer to getting the thing I want. But when you do it with just drop rate, then it's like, well, yeah, you could get lucky and get it on the first kill, but every kill you do, you're no closer, right? If you've killed it 700 times and you're dry, the game doesn't give a shit that you're dry. Like, it's still 1 in 500. So, yeah, I kind of like when they're like, okay, we want you to work toward this boss fight, as opposed to just, we'll let you fight it as often as you want and make the drop rate really low, if that makes sense.
But I do like that there's a lot of potential possibilities where you could have it go that way and then you could have this other thing go the other way. You know what I mean? Like all those mechanics could exist within this same game still. Like, I fully expect them to reintroduce rifts at some point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that'd be neat if they could find a way to make it work. I think rifts are, well, I don't know. I was going to say they might be a little bit too video gamey, if that makes sense, because it's very like, yeah, we're just literally going to call it Greater Rift 50. We're not going to call it like the spooky, scary demon rift. We're just gonna use a number. We don't give a shit, right? This game seems to be trying to go a little bit more on the flavor side, but then I'm not so sure if that's true with some of the like world events and the like. I don't know.
Well, like, okay, so this season they're focused on vampires, right? Maybe they do zombies, and then now it's a horde, right? Like,
oh, sure.
I need more time.
I'm sorry. Why would I say zombies? The undead.
Right.
Undead is a more serious word than zombie. The undead, I mean.
Yeah, I think it would service them well if they try to make the seasons feel really different from each other. They were starting to arrive at that with Diablo 3, where like each season would have some kind of crazy buff, like the legendary drop rate is doubled, or the treasure goblins appear twice as often, or just something kind of neat like that that gives it its own identity from the other seasons.
I'm not ready yet.
This guy is a jerk.
The breeze.
Good lord, why are you challenging me?
Do you feel it? Let's hurry.
Wow. It was actually quite the fight.
It's really cool that this game is in full 3D and that the cutscenes can like zoom in and sweep around and stuff.
Yeah, I like that too.
That's kind of neat.
Mother, please, can you hear me?
My little magpie, it's you.
I can save you from this, Mother. I promise. I can learn how to...
Nere, stop. I can't be saved from my own mistakes. This body is only a husk. My spirit must pass on. And you must let me go.
Mother, no. I need you.
You need to move.
I made it all
on,
cold in
magpie,
the room for
without
sleeping
me.
purposes, but now
But
it's
I
like
can
still
help you
cold.
one last time before I go. You.
I don't know if that's what I want my
the
daytime
divine
existence to be.
Your blood is the necessary key.
I like all this stuff with the Black Lake in Act 1. That you come here, you're not allowed to cross. You go talk to Anarius, he's like, fuck you. It's nice to like have the story backtrack on itself, if that makes sense, because like Diablo 3 is you're just constantly moving forward. You're always, what's the next thing? You don't get to a point and are stopped and then have to overcome the obstacle. You always overcome every obstacle, right?
Nero.
The way is open. We have to go. But... do you think Lilith is even still here?
Man, where I am with my build with this level 100, like I live for this part of the video game.
You want to be at the end.
I always want to be at the end. Like
Yeah.
the first couple of weeks of the new season is kind of painful for me. It's like, I gotta be weak and I gotta build out my character. I gotta see what works. Again, I'm sure that's some people's delight, but I'm constantly thinking about getting to the end and being at my most powerful.
Yeah, I like being at the beginning when I have no idea how stuff works, and the more I've mastered the game, the more I'm running out of interest in it. But I completely understand where you're coming from at the same time.
I'm completely immersed in that. That is so
like it's.
I almost stopped this season a couple of times because it was taking too long to get overpowered.
Diablo, at least the way it used to work, is that if you waited like a week, you could find somebody trivially to speedrun you and like power level you really, really quickly and get you up to the end. I don't know if Diablo 4 is still arranged that that's even possible. This area is really cool looking.
You are the last visitor to my sanctum. Though you come too late, just as Lilith did before you.
So the way it worked in Diablo 2 was that there was an area towards the end of the game where, as part of the story, you would like open a chest and that chest would drop a shitload of really good loot, right? But you were only able to open it once in the story. So it created a incentive where people would say, I think we called it rush for forge. They would say, I'll rush you to the forge, and in exchange you will let me loot everything that drops from the forge since I can't do it again, right? So it was kind of a cool, like, people were incentivized to actually rush you to the end game as quickly as possible. And I don't know if they've been able to recreate that in 3 or 4 at all.
I saw shattered images of the end of Sanctuary. The scales of a great serpent
Nice.
carried these
That's
visions.
awesome. Thank you, Preston. Damn. I had
need to
legit
destroy
didn't,
the tumors to go any
didn't know
further.
where those were. I'm gonna mute up real quick, Dylan, because I'm about to talk to my nephew, and I don't want to be
Yeah,
like
go ahead.
talking.
Thank you. I may have fixed that audio thing since I played last. I haven't heard it cutting out like it was before. A really good job of making this place like really gross.
Prophecy became my burden.
Definitely missed some tumors of hatred here. Back.
Ones that couldn't understand the nature of such a thing. I knew Inarius would be driven to interfere, believing that it was about him. He saw himself as a savior, piercing hatred's heart in hell.
I'm back.
Hey, welcome back.
For sure.
Yeah, I was saying there's a thing in Diablo 2 where you could only get it once per like character in the story mode. So it was toward the end of the game, so you could have other players would rush you. They would like power level you to that point on the agreement that you would give them the thing that only spawns once per story, right? So there's like an excuse for players.
You will be giving them yours, or like they could get it along with you. How did that work?
Well,
like
it was so you didn't have individual loot like they have in Diablo 3 and 4. So it was like there's like a forge that when you click on it, it spawns a shitload of amazing loot, right? So you would say if you take me all the way to this point, I will click on the thing that spawns the amazing loot, and you can take all of it. And it was a nice little trade because whenever you were playing a new season, there was always someone way sweatier than you who was able to rush you, and they always wanted to get your forge from you because it only took them like 20 minutes to get you to that point. And I don't know that they've been able to recreate that feeling where players are actually like directly incentivized to power level other players. Like at this point, you kind of just need to have a friend who's willing to spend the time to power level you, I assume.
Right. Huh. That's an interesting mechanic. I would like it if that was in this game.
Yeah, because then you could wait like a day or two, honestly, from the start of the season and just go into a lobby and say, hey, rush for forge or whatever. And they would rush you and you would give them the drops and then everything would be cool.
And see, like, that's another aspect that I like of looters is, showing off to your friends how strong you are. Like, I like that. So, yeah, if they could somehow incorporate that in here, I would be down with that.
I think it can work. You can have the showing off to your friends that your strong thing once you have friends who have already done a full season, because then there's like, okay, I know what this is. I just want to get to the end now. You've been playing 3 times as much of me. Go ahead and rush me, right? Like that should still be possible with the way this game is organized, I assume. So I guess then you have the arguments like, well, I want to rush my friend because if I rush my friend, then I can play the game with somebody else sooner, right? Shit.
I think I've actually been playing this game long enough now to where like I understand what the difference is between just standing in front of an enemy and holding down the click button and killing it to actually skillfully beating something that's
sure.
Whereas I don't think I had that knowledge a couple of months ago.
You stand in the way of the Savior. The holy blood in your veins should
seems like spacing is real big in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing where to stand, making sure you know what proper spacing you're supposed to have per character, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't even think I got that the whole time we played Diablo 3. I think I was just standing in front of everything and spinning to winning.
Just a small part of it. It is wider, beyond comprehension of ungrateful spawns like yourself.
The Virgin Inarius, the Chad Rathma. Yeah, the most important button for, excuse me, for mouse and keyboard players by far is there's a button that lets you force yourself to stand still, which it doesn't sound like you have that problem on controller because you only move when you point the stick, right? But
it is once I am victorious in hell, the high heavens will welcome me home.
if I pause a lot, I'm paying attention to the story. Sorry.
You're good. You're good. Enjoy that. It's good.
I wish it would be true, Father.
Really like this place's look. So yeah, like by default, you click on an enemy and your character walks over to them to start fighting them. So you need to have that press to stand still so you can maintain the distance you were talking about. But it sounds like that maybe plays a little bit more naturally on a controller.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Since you're not having to think about holding a button down to not be moving. Whoa. I like that they have the little vistas where you can like press F to look and it shows you the layout of the area, because otherwise you wouldn't know how everything is connected because the zoom is so tight.
I'm not ready yet.
Lilith's Lament. This guy's cool looking.
How fitting it shall be your grave.
This is a cool fight.
I need more time.
This is a really cool fight, actually. It's like very sight readable. Telegraphs are really great in this.
I need more time.
Like, without having seen the fight before, I can tell what they want me to do, what I'm not supposed to stand in.
Sweet, sweet conveyance.
Yeah, it's good.
I need more time. I need more time.
This is a great fight. Actually, really like this.
I need more time.
I hope there's an Uber version of this boss. Lilith's Lament.
I'm not sure if I remember which fight.
Yeah, you might be at the point where like every time you get to the boss, it just dies instantly, but It like shoots these like blood waves at you, and there's a part where there's like a little ally that makes a bubble you have to stand in. You take a bunch of damage. I desperately need more potions. You said there's somewhere in town I can go to get extra potions? If I have the little arrow next to the potion count?
Yeah, you, what icon? The little heart icon will refill your potions, if that's what you mean.
Well, I want to go, I think I have an arrow next to my potion that goes from...
Oh, to upgrade it.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
You want the icon that looks like the little mixing bowl.
Okay, next time I'm in town, I'll go for that. Oh, shit.
I'm not ready yet.
Shit. Gotta dodge. I really like the new dodge button. I think that's a cool idea. Just making sure everyone has access to a basic dodge. So earlier games, mobility powers were like a power you had to take explicitly.
Yeah, if you had to spend
resources on it, yeah, and certain classes would have much better abilities than others.
Everybody should be able to just get out of the way.
Yeah, exactly. That was a great fight. I was really close to dying, too. Nice. Corpse tendril has been granted to you by an item. Oh, did they change that? Interesting. I thought I was talking to you about this when you were playing back even before season 1. That the way it used to work is that if an item gave you a rank and a skill, and you didn't have that skill, it just gave you the skill. And I think you were saying that it didn't do that before. Did they change that?
Nope. Still gotta populate it, and it still makes me mad, man.
Cool.
It's like I have boots that are literally like 4 skill points, and I still gotta put that 5th skill point in to get it to activate. Even if it's something that's only allows you to have 3 hit points. There's 3 skill points of that thing. It's like, nope, you still got to put that 4th in, even though it's 4 out of 3 now. It's like, oh my God, why? I don't know why that is, but it does not activate until you put at least 1 point of your own in there. That's something I absolutely wish I was wrong about.
Well, unless if they literally just changed it, because it says it gave me a point in corpse tendrils, which I have 0 points in, and I was able to put it on my bar. Is it only for passives that you're talking about?
I've like trying to think. Let me look at my skill tree, right? So before you, okay, say you have a helmet that has skill points in it and you haven't activated it yet. Like, from what I understand, it's not even showing blood flowing to that skill until you put a point in there.
It doesn't show blood flowing, but you can still use it. Like I just yeah, like because that's how it used to work in Diablo 2. So I got a thing that gave me +1 point in corpse tendrils. Let me send you a screenshot.
There's blood flowing to the thing, but you can map it to your skill bar?
Yeah, you can. I just clicked and dragged it. I'll show you here.
Really? So maybe I was
because you didn't see the blood, you were thinking, oh, I can't actually use that.
Really?
I think I still can't get to the skills beyond it until I put a point into it, right? But yeah, no, corpse tendrils, veins burst out of a corpse. It says I have 1 out of 5 and the 1 is blue. And I just dragged it onto my bar and I can use it, even though I don't have any points in it. I'm sorry.
So yeah, like with you clicking and dragging it, right? Say I was trying to do that on controller. It's not even like, from what I understand, it doesn't even let me push a button to say, okay, assign it to the bar until I put blood in it. So I would have never thought to even use my mouse and keyboard and just click and drag it. At no point would I have thought to do that.
That's interesting. I wonder if there's even a way to do it on the controller. They just didn't think about it.
Wow. That is interesting. Because I'm telling you, like, that has kind of dictated how I've played the game.
Yeah, no, you should be able to, whenever something gives you a point in a skill that you don't have, you should be able to then use the skill with that item equipped.
Huh. Hey, level 100 now, but I probably should go back and look at my skill tree and make sure that I'm not like wasting points somewhere, right?
Yeah, if you got
'Cause, I mean,
something
I'm
that only
living,
needs a point, like one
bro,
point to
I'm
be able to
living the
use it.
dream. Like I have skill points in every article of clothing that I can possibly have it in.
Mm-hmm.
So there's likely some wiggle room somewhere. Interesting.
I think I actually do want that skill.
Yeah, I definitely need to go back and look at that. Yeah, thank you for reevaluating that.
No points at the moment. Okay.
I'm glad that you could see where I will be confused about that, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely, because there's no red, and if the controller doesn't have an interface for you to put it on your bar, how's it supposed to work?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. This is a really cool cutscene.
Vigo! Who did this? I have done all that was asked. The pain is gone now. This was a just punishment. A stronger man would have refused Venard's bribe. Nerel.
Probably in cheap.
Nerel, is she safe?
Yes.
You can't tell me none of that. Yeah, I got you.
Our meeting is no coincidence. I came here to help. Will you give this to her for me? I should never have taken it.
Don't even trip, dog.
It's so dark. I have repented. Do you think I was too late?
No, not too late. The light has come to carry you home. Do you not see it, Fred?
Yes. Yes. I see it now. They have come.
That's a cool cutscene. Legendary amulet.
Armor to prove your worth, friend.
Vigo's protecting amulet. When hit while not healthy, a magical bubble is summoned around you. Okay. I think they're trying to do more like emotional resonance. I was saying that about like the Mario movie, that it's fine as like a montage of fun scenes, but it doesn't really have heart. Like I'm not emotionally invested in the characters, and they didn't have to. You don't have to do a lot to make you emotionally invested in the characters. It's just like a scene here or there, right?
I will not ask again.
You don't need to. I saw a vision of the key lifted.
Terrifier 2 made that leap from 1 to 2. Like 1 is like, oh, this is a really good time and some really good practical effects, and then in 2 they were like, oh shit, they took the time to develop the character.
I care.
It will come to pass.
Do you guys watch the Mike Flanagan Netflix horror shows? Like the newest one is the Fall of the House of Usher, the Edgar Allan Poe one.
No.
Oh, it's pretty good. You should watch it. It's like every Edgar Allan Poe story is like a horror show, but it's much more focused on the Fall of the House of Usher.
Can you put that in the Discord?
If you did you watch like Haunting of Hill House or
Of course.
Yeah, the same guy. Midnight Mass, I think it was.
I tried to do Midnight Mass. I couldn't stay.
Yeah, that's
But,
fair.
Yeah,
It's different, right? It's a very slow burn.
It It just didn't keep me for whatever reason. Like I was interested, but then they didn't give me enough answers.
Sure.
To all questions.
You'll get plenty of answers from Fall of the House of Usher. I think it'll work too, even if you don't, you know, care very much about Edgar Allan Poe. Like I think it still stands alone just fine. Cool lighting. I like what they're doing with Lilith in this. She's interesting. Diablo has usually just been like big scary monster man.
Yeah, I like Lilith too, man. I liked the way that they stylized her presence.
Mm-hmm.
But I would have saved your place.
Approach for sure.
Just the same. And now, all that you might have been has been stolen from me. Stolen.
I gotta close this one. It's too
This key unlocks more than the doors of hell. It unlocks our path to the future. A future made possible because of the price you paid. Your sacrifice will not have been in vain.
Magic Vault.
I can't believe that skill points thing had me that confused.
Yeah, you said, I remember I asked you, I was like, you can still like get abilities that you don't have access to with items, and you're like, no, they didn't do it that way. I'm like, that sucks. That's what the cool thing. I love that mechanic because it's not in Diablo 3, and I'm like, oh, they brought back, you know, +1 to skills in this game like Diablo 2. Yeah, it was usually like there would be certain items that were valuable because they would give you a skill that was like you didn't ever want to put a point into it, you didn't want to waste a point on it, but it would be great for an item to give it to you, right?
I'll take it for free if you want to give it to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn. I'm really gonna have to reevaluate all my shit. I'm sure I optimized by now.
You're probably good, yeah, but it's still like it's interesting. Maybe there's like a Dragon Ball Z thing where you've been training with the weights on the whole time, and
right? Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if there's a way to do it on a controller, or if you literally have to just grab your mouse.
I mean, I can't imagine that there's not a way, and I just overlooked it or something. I'm more than willing to be at peace with it was something that I wasn't doing right, that I didn't read or something. Definitely something I would do, have done, and will do again in the future.
Well, they maybe have improved it because, like, it physically gave me a pop-up. Like, I equipped an item that had a skill that I didn't have, and it popped up saying, hey, you can use this now. And I was like, oh, okay, right on. This game has so many fucking pop-ups that...
I know. You usually get lost in the weeds.
Mm-hmm.
I do know I struggle with that.
Hello?
No. Whoa, buddy.
It was a
Oh,
good
weird. I just
man.
had an encoder error. I hope that didn't break the file. Let me check.
Was she even there? Did you meet her?
Already gone by the time I arrived.
Oh.
There is more. I can see that.
Lilith took a key to hell off Rathma's body.
Then it was all in vain. She's the only one who got what they wanted.
Neyrel. She came seeking the Haradrim of legend.
Hey, it's the Vivitch guy again.
She found neither. But her part in things was far from over. In truth, we would need her more than she needed
Ralph
us.
Innocent.
Didn't seem that way at the time, though. For anyone. Inarius proved to be just as unreliable as I'd feared. His self-obsession had driven him to murder his son, Rathma. And from the corpse left behind, Lilith had taken a key to hell. Where would she use it? We could only depend on ourselves to find out.
Cool. Yeah, I had like an OBS issue there, but you didn't miss anything. It was like 2 seconds of me killing some enemies and saying that this Corpse Tendrils ability is good. Complete Act 1. Okay, nice. Be an area for me to go into.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I think that's what we do. Suck everybody in and then explode the corpses. Got it. Cool. Okay. Ah, so I guess I just have to walk to Act 2? Okay. Yo, you still there, Kat?
Yes, sir.
Just had some tech issues over here, but we're good. All right, so I'm in town. Let me do this potion thing. Who do I go to upgrade the potion?
The little mixing bowl.
Mixing bowl. Healing potion upgrading. Okay, I see.
Well, you certainly have the look of someone who spends a lot of time in the wilds. I expect you'll also want some of my elixirs, but let's focus on your healing potion for now. I have some extra materials we can use this time. If you want to improve your healing potion further or craft any elixirs, you'll need to source your own ingredients. I'll not leave these walls. Never again.
Upgrading requires gold and herbs. Capacity can be increased by earning renown. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay, tiny healing potion, minor healing potion. Gotcha. Ah, so elixirs are like a temporary buff for like 30 minutes?
Yeah.
And you can only have one running at a time. Okay. Interesting. So like when you craft the elixir, does it just activate the buff immediately, or do you have does like put an item in your inventory you have to turn on?
Yeah, it puts an item in your inventory and then you gotta go drink it.
Interesting. Okay. I've got other mechanics tutorials that I've skipped here. So extraction and imprinting.
I'm just glad to know I'm not the only one skipping important stuff.
Yeah, it's
regretting it later.
I think they're doing a thing where it's like, oh, you're playing this a million times, so we're not going to like force you to do it in the story every single time. But at the same time, I didn't notice because you kept saying like, oh yeah, go click on the mixing bowl. I'm like, what mixing bowl? Because they replaced the mixing bowl with a quest thing until you've interacted with it once, right?
Right, that's right, because it becomes a mission symbol. Yeah.
But they make it a side mission, presumably, so that players who are veterans don't have to do it every single time.
The process will break down the original object, leaving behind the pure aspect of its mystical power. You might think of it as ripping the soul from one body and transferring it to another. Not that I would ever dream of such a thing. Certainly not within earshot of the cathedral.
Okay, so I can extract legendary powers. Here's what we're saying. Gotcha. Some of these I just get through normal play.
How you doing? Did you like your English muffin? Hmm?
Yeah.
Damn, I forgot I needed to do these. Goodness. 120, what are you doing to me?
So how does upgrading work? It just makes the stats better, and then each item can be upgraded a certain number of times using gold and
resources. Yeah.
Do you only really want to upgrade stuff if you know it's something good that you want to keep, I guess?
That's what I do. Some people like upgrade in the meantime until they find it. Like, I don't upgrade nothing till I'm sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. It seems like it's a pretty hefty resource cost. I tried doing one just for shits and giggles, but
yeah, like I run the same. I run everything standard until I'm sure, and then I upgrade.
Makes sense.
Because fortunately, I've never felt like in this game, like upgrading my sword is the difference between me beating or dying to a boss. So
that's good. I'm really surprised they dropped the adventure mode idea from Diablo 3. So like, the way that worked was you had story mode where you would go through, you get all the cutscenes, you'd have all the NPCs you talk to. And then once you beat story mode once on your account ever, you could always start on adventure mode from that point forward. And adventure mode was just the whole world is open. You can teleport to every waypoint is already open, even at the start of a new season. All the bosses are available for you to fight. But it sounds like Diablo 4, whenever there's a new season, you do have to play through the story again, right? And then you can skip the cutscenes and stuff. No?
No. Once you're done with the campaign, you're done.
Okay, interesting.
And then you do the seasonal campaign story stuff when the new season comes out.
Okay.
Once you beat the main story, you don't ever have to do it again. You can skip it every time.
I see. They just don't call it adventure mode. That's just how it works by default.
Yeah.
Really like this corpse tendrils ability. Understand how they want me to use it. You gonna try Necromancer next season?
No, I'll probably try Sorcerer if anything.
Right on.
I got too many Necromancers in my life.
That's fair.
Leave y'all to it. I maybe will one day, but it's not
right. Mac did Necromancer both season 1 and season 2, right?
Oh, he is Necromancer exclusive. Like he's tried a couple other classes and he's coming right back to his Necromancer. So And one thing about Mac is like he does not like change. He doesn't
That's fair.
He actively hates it, so I don't see him doing too much experimenting around.
Gotcha.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
It's been a cool little event. Oh, that was awesome. Okay, yeah, I just got the skill that makes Necromancer make sense. It wasn't like a bad time before, but
like this is the skill that makes it be why I picked this character.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like basically you have corpse explosion, which lets you blow up corpses for damage, which is fine. But then you get this ability, corpse tendrils, that sucks in all of the enemies around so that you can then blow up the corpses. So it feels really cool to like have one enemy die, you suck everybody in there, and then they all blow up. Yeah.
You feel like now I'm playing the game.
Now I'm playing. If this weapon is better than the one I just upgraded, I swear to Christ.
This is why we never upgrade anything.
I'm never upgrading a thing ever again. It's better. Fucking kill me.
Oh,
I gotta save. I gotta save those.
I've had that happen a couple of times where I was actively like not upgrading. Like I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. And then I finally caved and did it, and then immediately found it. Fuck you.
Time.
First of all, how dare you? So Act 2 has always been a desert. Are we still doing that?
Mario style?
Yeah, Mario style.
Nice.
How is Mario Wonder, by the way? I'm gonna play it.
I don't know.
Oh.
I am so old now. And you've known this about me for a long time. Certain games stress me out, right? Horror games stress me out. I like the idea of horror games, but I need them directed for me because I have not played Mario Wonder because it stresses me out.
Oh, wow.
And I'm so surprised that Mario Wonder gives me any kind of stress tick, but it does, and I don't know why. I think because it's new, so the unfamiliarity of like, it's familiar enough where it's side-scrolling and it's like Super Mario, new Super Mario Brothers, right? So I do get that feel from it, but like, I think the idea of learning what Elephant Mario does and this and all these new things, like, oh, every world could potentially have a new thing. It's just like, it gave me a level of angst that I wasn't ready for, and I didn't like the way it made me feel. So I was just like, I'll leave Cameron to it.
Right on.
It kind of makes me sad though, because I bought it with the intention of like, I'm gonna play this when I'm in the car, and I'm gonna play this here.
Yeah, you're into like traditional 2D side-scrolling Mario.
Side-scrolling Marios, and it beat me. It beat me for some reason. I don't know why. I do not know why. And it makes me a little sad, honestly. Getting older sucks.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a Horadrim named Donan. An old friend of his sent me.
I remember the first time I heard about like gaming anxiety from my older cousin's wife, and when she was pregnant with one of her kids, like she used to have me play Tomb Raider 2 for her because she loved Tomb Raider because she couldn't but she couldn't play it.
Sure.
It was making her go into active labor, and I was like, I used to always be confused by that. Like, why? It's just a game. It's not that big a deal. Now, totally, totally understand now.
He's upstairs in the Great Hall with his son. Keep it quick.
I have more thoughts, but I'm about to do some story, so I'll speak up once I'm done.
I need to be out in the field with the other knights.
Why the rush, my boy? You know, I found some of my old Horadric tomes. Stay here, and we can go through them together.
I can take some with me. We have a visitor.
Just a guy standing here with a bunch of living skeletons. No problem.
This discussion is not over. Is there something you need?
I have a message from Lorath.
Wow. There's a name from another life. Has the old man finally come down from the mountain?
With a warning. An ancient evil walks the land. The demon, Lilith.
And you know this how? Did you and Lorath discover something of interest?
Perhaps this is all connected to what you saw, Father.
Yes, I was just getting to that. There was an incident at my estate. Probably best if we discuss it there. Go and have a look around for yourself. I'll meet you shortly, and then we can talk more. As for your request, get to Marstead. And be careful. Stay close to the other knight's penitent.
I will. Don't worry.
There are certain games that are just like effortless to play, and there are other games that have like a base amount of like cognitive load. Like a certain amount of your brain is just reserved for dealing with the game at every second of play, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that whenever you encounter a game that has some kind of like baseline stress level, like I don't think Diablo requires too much reserved brain power per moment of gameplay. Maybe it does at the beginning when you're like trying to figure out what the fuck is my build.
Right. For sure.
It spikes whenever you have to like make a decision about your skill tree or whatever, but the moment to moment clicking on things and they die experience, so you can kind of shut your brain off and just have a good time.
And which is what I love about it, right? Like I can turn some music on or a podcast and just mindly grind away, and that's like, that is what I want from my gaming experience at this point in my life. Like I don't want any fear, angst, or I don't need any unfamiliarity. I have enough of that in my actual life.
Right. Yeah, I wish.
I think I mentioned to you before, like working an unfamiliar job right now. It's like I have enough wonder. Like I need something comfortable and no surprises and just a couple of little dopamine hits here and there.
Yeah. I wish I made this point in my video essay about RuneScape, but I wish that like devs had realized that RuneScape is like a different genre of game and that we had a bunch of like Schmoonscape like clones of it, because I think that you would like it if it wasn't this awful 2007 interface that's horrible to interact with. And if some other dev made like a modern take on it, if you got like the Blizzard's take on RuneScape, I think you would actually be able to do that. I'm just gonna level woodcutting for a while and it's cool.
Yeah,
right?
I love the idea of it. Like
Yeah.
everything y'all tell me about it, that why people like it sounds like it's right up my alley, and then I turn it on and I'm like,
It's missing all the quality of life stuff. It adds to the mental load, right? You can't just play it fish
right,
because
yes, unfortunately it does add to the mental load because I don't just understand it at a glance.
Welcome to Firebreak Manor, traveler. I'm here about the incident.
100% true.
Donan gave me permission to look around. Incident. That was all he said. I must be referring to his study. Something unsettling transpired there.
Okay. Hey, more blood petals. I think Lilith just comes off as way more menacing because she's not just like a rah, monster all the time.
Right. Yes, I agree. I agree.
This can't be.
Oh, I'm gonna eat your soul.
That's pretty much what Diablo has been. But
And I know.
Yeah, like I like that you don't know what she's thinking. You don't know what she's up to. I don't. You can't really get an instant read on her, which makes it, like you said, more creepy.
Struggle to live up to your
At
own
least more
legacy.
disturbing. Threatening, I guess.
What do you want with me?
Astaroth.
She's dead.
Ooh,
Astaroth cannot die.
Thank you, Gabby.
Not by your hand. What have you
Did I tell you I got a bike?
Oh no! Congratulations.
I got a bicycle, man.
deny you.
Freaking digging it too, man. I'm living my Pee-wee dream.
I can make you.
I'm finally Pee-wee Herman, and I'm loving it.
Return to the darkness from whence you came. I said away!
Dang it, this game. You don't want me to live my life.
We're doing Astaroth. That's interesting. I think he's like a lieutenant of Mephisto. There's this interesting problem where they killed the most powerful monsters, the most powerful demons in Diablo 2. And so they keep having to go for like, okay, well this is his number 2, and it's like, oh, okay, well, it's like the opposite of the normal threat escalation where things always have to be getting scarier. It's actually getting less scary. I think it kind of works though, because like that's, I don't know if you know this about Lord of the Rings, but the big bad guy in Lord of the Rings is just the lieutenant of the even scarier bad guy from the older book. And that works out pretty well. It's something that I think
maybe give yourself some room though when you're not always feeling like you have to go bigger.
Yes.
Like maybe that's not a Marvel's problem.
It's a Marvel problem. It's something that One Punch Man does a really good job of commenting on, right? Like, we don't need to constantly have the next thing be scarier than the last thing.
I'm not ready yet.
It's funny because it seems like that's a lesson that we should have been learned from, like even in Power Rangers. Like you would have thought we'd have learned from that in Power Rangers days.
Yeah, exactly.
This is not a business model you can sustain.
But you get a lot of people who are very stupid about it. Like, there's a lot of people who will watch something like One Punch Man and actively try to like do the power scaling thing. They're like, could One Punch Man beat this? Yes. Yes. That's the whole point, is that the answer is yes. I don't know why you're asking.
I'm not ready yet.
I think that's, I mean, I've said it to you before, that's what makes One Punch Man so brilliant to me. It's like this, you already kind of know the end, but the way you get to the end is so different and so creative every time. Like, I just love it.
Exactly. Yeah, and you care about the other characters that are peripheral, and like they find ways to find drama that isn't just, is he going to win?
It's almost just like One Punch Man is just the closer.
Yeah, exactly.
Goat men. They've never dared come so close to the estate before.
Perhaps they were drawn by Lilith's presence. I saw a vision of her in your study.
What do you mean, a vision?
I don't fully understand how, but it isn't the first time.
Full of surprises, aren't you? No wonder you caught Lorath's attention. Well, now you understand my predicament. The daughter of hatred in my own home. She must be furious I cast her out.
Fun.
That painting on your wall. Who are the others in it?
Why do you ask?
Sure.
Lilith seemed to leave after seeing them.
Nafane and Arida. The druids who helped me slay Astaroth. Yes. Yes, I think you're onto something. I resisted her, so she might question them about the demon next. There are knights stationed in villages near the druids. If Lilith passed through, they must have seen her.
East. Okay. Yeah, I had some viewers put One Piece anime on my schedule for subblock, which I previously wasn't gonna watch because it's like there's so much of it, right? But there's like an abridged thing that fans have been working on to try to like chop it down so that it doesn't have all of the extra fillers, so you can actually just watch it and it not take 100 hours. But I bring it up because it's kind of a similar premise to One Punch Man in that the main character is basically Bugs Bunny. And so like, you know, like Bugs Bunny can't lose in the same way, right? Like he's
pull a cannon out of the ground.
Yeah, he's a ridiculous cartoon character and he's always going to win eventually. So the stories are sort of similarly undercut by the existence of Bugs Bunny. Like you almost can't take the threat seriously because you know he's just going to show up and save the day, but then like they always find ways that he's like, because he's Bugs Bunny, he's goofy, so he like is bored or he's not paying attention to the story or he's sleeping through it or he's eating, right? And I guess they do the same thing with Saitama where sometimes he's just like not caught up on what's happening.
Right. He's not informed is the worst threat.
Yeah.
Didn't know that was happening.
But the tone with One Piece kind of works out that like you get this story, they'll tell you a story about the side characters who you are emotionally invested in, and something really awful will happen to them. And in a normal story, like if this was like Game of Thrones, the awful thing would happen and you would just be like, okay, well, this world sucks apparently. But in the One Piece universe, Bugs Bunny exists and he's going to show up and like punish the bad guy, and like the good guy is going to get their way in the end. So you kind of have this fun feeling that everything's going to turn out okay, right? Which I guess you also sort of have with One Punch Man, that, you know, Saitama's going to show up and fix everything.
Which is strange because on paper, I wouldn't think that I would enjoy the premise of One Punch Man, right? But the way they make it work is so awesome.
Yeah, it feels really good.
I'm telling you, if you just wrote that down and handed it to me, I'd be like, this sounds wrong.
It's very smart. It's smart media.
Yeah, and it thinks highly of its fans, you can tell, right?
Yeah.
I need more time.
I'll keep seeing if I can find a platform. I think you would really enjoy the manga, like when you're working out or something, but we just got to find one that's easy to read and flip through. I don't think that the anime is ever going to catch up to the manga because some of the shit that happens is like so insane and like intricately drawn that it would be too expensive to animate. There's like actual concerns that there's stuff that happens in One Punch Man that could never be in the anime because it's too complicated.
This is exactly what I'm talking about, bro. Lazy Sunday morning, just mindlessly clicking away at demons.
Nice and chill.
Nice some shit.
I'm not ready yet.
I'll tell you, man, how many Call of Duties I bought before I realized that game wasn't for me is insane. Because I respect it. I respect the genre. I respect competitive shooters, but like, I'm just not like the stress that comes with competitive shooters.
Yeah.
And it took me a very long time to realize that.
I think that, I mean, I knew that I didn't hate shooters, but they weren't my genre. But playing Fortnite made me realize like what the loop feels like, to be like, okay, I'm spending all this time gathering loot and getting gear, and then I just get shot. And like there's like, if you graft the experience of playing it, it's like this slow climb, then just drop. Like joy, misery. And I think that you get that in a lot of shooters too, even the ones that aren't like battle royale games. Joy, absolute misery.
I had to explain that to Tom when we used to play a lot of fighting games, like the Soul Calibers and stuff. I finally explained it. He asked me one day why I stopped playing them with him, and I was like, you know what? I finally realized the highs of me beating you do not match the lows of me losing to you, and I lose to you far more than I.
That's fair, yeah.
There's nothing here for me. And he's like, I get it. I totally understand that.
You picked a fine time to visit.
It's like I can't even say when I beat you that I'm on a cloud 10, like I'm on like a 4. But when I lose, I'm at like a -8, and that just does not balance.
Yeah.
Donan sent me.
At least you're not another knight penitent.
At least. It is us who will protect this village with our lives.
This guy sounds familiar. Voice actor.
There is an ominous fog uphill. Mad spirits emerge from it. They'll be here shortly. Are you here to help us ward them off?
I seek a demon who passed through.
So, that's what it was. Well, this day keeps getting better, doesn't it? The demon went uphill to Erida's domain. But unless you want to join the spirits, I wouldn't go there. It's best you stay with us.
I can lead you to Erida.
Out of the question.
I'll be safe. Donan puts his trust in this traveler. So shall we all. Tell me when you're ready to move.
Mind what lurks in the fog, and return as soon as you can. Donan will have my head if anything happens to you.
Let's go.
The roads are thick with fog, so the fastest route to the hills is east, through the Weeping Cairns.
You know, Kat, I think you and Cameron would enjoy Mario RPG, the remake of the Super Nintendo game that just came out on Switch. I think she'd have fun with it because it's completely turn-based and it's not terribly difficult. It has the time to tax, though, if you want to play it. If she's liking Mario, it might be a fun jump. Hello. I think it might scratch the Gloomhaven itch a little bit.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I've looked at that. It's come up on some of my advertising. I was like, maybe I need to try Mario RPG. Yeah, I have considered it.
It's a great game. Like, I loved it when it was on the Super Nintendo, but it seems like the remake has made it a lot more accessible in a lot of different ways. I think it holds up.
Burial cairn up ahead. It's pushed up and broke the cairn apart. Does this have something to do with the fog spreading in the hills?
That's the entrance to the cairns ahead. Wait, why is the passage blocked? It's sealed, but there's writing. They look like old druid runes. The Song of Wind.
Do they have druid in this game? Is it a class?
Oh no.
Yes.
They're coming. Hurry. All right.
I like druid in Diablo 2.
It's a chant. The chant will open the way. Light, protect us. Hold them off.
Can do.
I'm not ready yet.
Madare le fanasa.
I need more time.
We shall go back. Tane the oba fi arklagari.
What level will I be by the time I finish the story-ish? So like 40, 50, 60?
Yeah, around there.
Help me to know roughly how far along I am here. Level 21.
Oh, okay. Immobilize. So immobilize, I think, pertains to. Where's that at? Oh, of course, immobilize is not on that list. But I think knockdown counts as immobilize.
The dead are stirred here as well. Erida's absence gives me greater concern.
Care about that.
This chamber is just how my father described it.
You've never been here.
Erida would not have barred the path of the dead like this. The spirits should be free to roam within the earth.
Lilith.
Strange. The door is locked with an earthen seal. What was it my father said about this? Wardstones, that's it.
If you bring me one from the nearby cairns, I think I can open the way.
Okie doke. Oh, corpse explosion feels so good now. It was fun before, but it's really fun now.
I'm not ready yet. I need time to do that.
Leidal hal il Oskal. Oh, that did it. Maybe this will ease the dead. It's a start, at least.
They fix resistances. I remember you telling me that resistances were basically broken before season 1.
Yeah, they fixed it.
Okay. And is it like necessary for you to get your resistances to a certain level?
Yeah, once you get to a certain point in the game, like in game, you definitely want to have some resistance.
Mm-hmm.
Something's written on the altar. By stone and roots, by tears and pain, we bear this flame that must remain. Dead eyes stained with ash and ember, cursed are we who must remember. Ah, an elegy written by Erida. This is a memorial to all who died fighting Astaroth.
The weak perish. All ash forgotten.
Wait! We are not your enemy! Lilith. She must be bending these heroes to her will. Erida would never stand for it. Unless... Oh... Something has happened to her.
We don't know that yet. Come on.
Really hope I can find a legendary item that's based around this corpse ability. Is it reasonable to try to target specific legendaries like that? Or is the drop rate high enough that you're likely to see the stuff you need?
I think so.
Yeah.
I've been able to successfully do it.
This must be the cairn of the elders. So much defiled. Demonic scars upon their grave and druid runes to rouse the dead.
Hmm.
These runes, the delicate touch. This is Erida's work. Why would you be aligned with a demon?
I have seen others fall under Lilith's control.
Erida was sworn to keep the dead at peace. What do we do?
We'll need to stop her.
Right. Solutions are found ahead, not behind, as Father says. hear that? Something screaming in rage ahead. Oh no. That was one of the revered dead from the cairns.
Returned to the worms. May they find rest.
Arlo.
Did you think we'd so easily join the dead, lad? How did you find your way up here?
Through the cairns.
Through them? Mighty brave of you. And mighty foolish.
I'm gonna refund some stuff here. Refund. No, you can't refund a node that breaks the connection to another node. Can't refund a node that's required to keep a cluster unlocked. Okay, so they're saying I don't have enough points to take points out of that. Is that what we're saying? Do you want to switch to Reap, though? Okay. Guess I'll do it next time I level up.
Erida came through with that horned woman. Not her normal company, to be sure.
Ah. Lilith.
They headed towards Solitude, the top of the hill. The sound of Erida's Talharpa carried with the wind. And then, this madness.
They just call Lilith a horned woman, like... She's not like a horrible demon monster. Like, she's a lady with horns. Nothing stood out to me as particularly weird. She's not like 9 feet tall or anything.
He's like, I don't want to make any presumptuous assumptions about this person.
I'll stay here and protect these two.
But to speak about what I know as fact.
Yeah, she had horns. That's all I can really say. Whether or not she's the devil, eh.
Can't say that definitively just yet. What is this fight? I've never done this before. What is happening here? Ice demons?
There seem to still be a lot of lingering problems with this game, but the game feel is not one of them. Like, this ability I have that sucks in enemies onto a corpse there's like a little red circle as soon as I cast it that tells me what the range of it is. Mm-hmm. There's so many games like this that won't do that. You're just gonna have to figure out what the range of it is, motherfucker.
Yeah. Don't do that to me.
It's like it flashes for like half a couple frames and it goes away, but it's enough to let me know, oh, okay, I can get a feel for what that is.
Like, you're not asking for a lot. Like, I just want you to show me what I need to improve.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not asking you to cheat for me. Just show me what I need to improve.
Yeah.
I don't need it to be a mystery. I just need to know, what do I need to get better at?
Well, is this
like a mystery in the Souls games, or are those just kind of like you learn off experience mostly?
Oh, what do you mean about the Souls games? Sorry, can you say that again?
Like, when you have to learn through dying in Souls games, does that feel like, do most attacks feel telegraphed in Souls, or is it just like you have to learn that from seeing
They do. I watched a really interesting video recently that says the Souls games are kind of structured like horror games, which made it make more sense to me. That like part of it is kind of surprising you and keeping you off balance, but it's always arranged in such a way that once it happens, you know what happened and you know what you're supposed to do next time, if that makes sense. It wasn't like that boss I was fighting in this where like all the attacks were so obviously telegraphed. Like, okay, so I need to not stand in the blood wave, right? Like, it doesn't necessarily do that. Sometimes you can kind of like apply lessons you've learned from earlier bosses for the next boss, but it's still kind of the objective is to surprise you.
Gotcha.
But I was going to say that I think that everybody learns this way one way or another, but I'm very much a passive learner, not an active learner. Like, when I'm playing a video game, if the game goes to the trouble to like help my brain make connections without me actively thinking about it, that's great. Because if there's games that require you to actively think about, okay, what does it want me to do? It's harder for me to get good at them than games that are just constantly subtly reinforcing the right way to play, right? Like, an example would be like Rock Band. That Rock Band makes that annoying noise whenever you miss a note, right? And there's a nice little satisfying flash sound effect whenever you hit a note, so your brain just automatically starts to connect, I should do this at this time and not this at this time, without you having to actively think about strumming and hitting the notes at the right time. And Blizzard is really good at that. They're really good at the basic game feel. Oh, I think he whispered that to me.
I need more time.
Thanks.
No worries.
I'm not ready yet. The fog is thinning now. I should check on your end.
Is that the one I actually want? Or does one of these also give me corpses? Oh, I need that. I need that. I'm looking through my skill tree and realizing some mistakes I've made. Okay. I'm great at normally moving through the world, but as soon as I fight a boss, I have some real problems. See, I can actually probably live without this essence. Just spend money on that. It's annoying. Get as many corpses as I can, I think, is the objective here.
I couldn't even move.
The roads are clear now. We need to get to Braestack. It's safer there.
We've lasted this long and survived worse.
You've been fortunate.
Braestack, swarming with those cathedral gobshites.
Please, Arlo. Just for now.
Maybe we should go with him, Dad.
Well, the ale would be welcome.
I will deal with Erida and Lilith. See them safely to Braestack.
I will. Thank you.
Sounds good. All right, let's level up. Look at the dead. Oh yeah, more corpses. That sounds great. Let's do it. Well, working our way down that path. I want to do things that are based on corpses. Should stack this though.
They're rising from the cairns. I need time to do that. I need time to do that. Time to do that. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Doke.
Have you seen the signs as I have? Hell is coming, and my people are not ready to face it. Not yet. But you are already strong. Come forward.
It's locked.
Only one of us will walk away from this. So let's enjoy the storm a moment. Ah, nature's music.
The dead are killing your people as we speak.
Some will die, yes. But that is the way of nature. It is a crucible. It devours the weak and makes the strong stronger. And those who survive, they will save this land from
You've
hell.
fallen for the demon's lies.
No. This is my choice. Lilith only granted me the power to do what must be done.
And what did you give her?
all things must be earned in the wilds, even knowledge. Prove yourself, and you will have your answers.
Here we go.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Okay, they're just teaching me this mechanic.
I need more time. I have no potions. I'm out of potions. I need time to do that. I need time to do that.
And now I got 4 of these guys. Rude.
I need more time. I need more time. I do not have any potions.
Oh god. I'm gonna die.
I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
Get it? Okay.
The stronger prevails. So be it.
What did you give Lilith?
I told her of the wards around Astaroth's prison. How to break them.
That's not good.
Why?
My people have forgotten what it took to defeat Astaroth. Oh, they must learn again. If they cannot vanquish him, how can they stand against the full might of hell?
Give me that loot. What we got here? Alright, I'll take an upgrade. That's fine. Roll on back. Can you change where your town portal takes you, or does it always go to the same town?
I think your quick town portal always takes you to the closest town, but you can open your map and teleport.
Click on a specific waypoint.
Specific town, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
That's fine. Just got this, so I can upgrade it.
And? She is at peace now. I hope.
I never thought it would turn out like this. Heroism and sacrifice are often entwined in the course of fate. My mother's words. I must tell Father what has happened. What Lilith has done. We cannot let her destroy anything else.
Can't pass up critical strike chance, I think. Well, that is way better. I'll just take it and not think about it. Is crit chance still really strong in this game? It was like ridiculous in Diablo 3.
Yeah, I think so. It's still not something to ever, turn your nose up at, that's for sure.
Gotcha. Back in the day, it was like you pretty much need to stack crit chance and crit damage up to a certain value before you really cared about any other stats.
Mm.
I'm supposed to be able to get a horse. Still don't have a horse after 5 hours.
Yeah, it takes a little while, actually.
Yeah.
I heard somebody say something about a horse. Is that still in this game?
Seems like it doesn't move you that much faster than just walking, but...
And then it's like, but still.
To do that.
Okay, so I picked up this bone mage thing, but I don't know if it's actually good since they're killing themselves constantly. So do I have another option? Use their bodies as projectiles. Chance to stun. Extra shadow bolts. For that, actually. Okay. It is technically generating extra corpses, but it requires me to use more brain power, which I don't want to use more brain power. I think that's always been my objective with Diablo, like find a build that is the lowest brain power possible.
Right, like I don't want to have to think about like, oh, you got to hit this in rhythm and wait for that to proc and then hit that. And like, no. I want to just like walk around and stuff die at my feet.
It's interesting that they'll like make builds where you have to work 3 times as hard for the same effect, but
yeah.
I guess some people want the attentive play style.
Like, no, I'm here to play Vampire Survivor.
Yeah, exactly.
need more time.
I'm screaming and crying and vomiting and shitting and pissing because I just upgraded a new weapon and then got another weapon that's better than the upgraded one.
Oh no, again.
I just need to not upgrade it. Just pretend like that option doesn't exist until a very long time from now.
Level 70 at least.
I'll do it with a legendary weapon maybe. Okay, so I finally have sockets. Is there any like agreed upon good gem for sockets?
Depends on your build.
Okay.
But doesn't it like I don't know, like to me it keeps me up at night the idea that like that legendary is going to be bad so much.
I guess I can look at whatever the cost is. Like if I have a ton of the item that's required to upgrade it, I'll do it. I'm starting to get tempted to like look at the wiki to see what all the different legendaries are. I'm like getting abilities, or I'm like, man, I wish there was a legendary that made this downside go away, and I would be sad if it doesn't exist.
Right. At least like to know if that's something that you're going to just deal with forever.
Yeah. So the necromancer can summon a version of their skeletons that like damage themselves until they die, and then when they die, they leave a corpse behind so you can resummon them. And it seems like it's pretty good damage, but it means that now I have to pay really close attention to every time my skeletons die to resummon them, and I'd rather not do that. So I'm hoping that there's a legendary power that makes it so that when they die, they don't actually die. They just leave a corpse, right? And then revive automatically or something. But that might be hoping for too much. I think that's good design space for legendary powers, though, is like make it so that it's attentive and you have to think too much, and then the legendary removes the need to think.
Yeah, I like that too.
I'm not ready yet.
You said it's a while until you unlock, use my words here, on the next difficulty above veteran, above world tier 2.
So that would be world tier 3, right?
Yeah.
I think that's around level 50, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
40, 50.
Just want to make sure I'm not leaving like XP and loot on the table by playing on too low of a difficulty.
We're not going out there again. There's a horned woman in the moors.
A horned woman?
Corruption, if that's what you mean.
Yes. She's after the druids who vanquished Astaroth.
Ah, that madman Nefane lives out there. We already tried checking on him. Got as far as Boglinstone Circle, and then the druid's wolf companion appeared and bit one of my men. I'm already short on knights. Not going to risk what I have left on some bastard who hates the cathedral.
Stone Circle. Cathedral dog's not welcome. Oh, it's the wolf.
Easy, my friend. I'm not one of the knights. I'm looking for your master, Nefane. Think you could help me with that? Good boy. Lead the way.
Okay. Keep focusing on corpse production, I think. Definitely needed for bosses.
I need more time.
I'm never going to press that battle pass button.
Too aware of it now.
Never, never, never. It pops up constantly.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh. You don't look like you're doing too well.
Nefane. What? Who are you?
You stink of Dunan. He is not here. Coward!
He feared Lilith might seek you out. He was right.
Yes. She put me here. I am beyond saving. All you can do for me is find the demon. I will help you. Go to the north. She is there, planning something. There is still time to stop her. Fearban will accompany you. Hurry!
That's not great. So what's your current project, Kat?
So right now working on grabbing some different materials for a different boss.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm actually in a party of 3 right now. I'm kind of grinding.
Do you have any risk that you'll waste the materials and fail, or is it likely that you'll win against those bosses?
Nah, it's almost semi-guaranteed wins, but I think even if you lose, I think the materials, I think they continue to let you fight.
You can keep going back until you win? Okay. It's good to know.
Yeah, I don't think you just are out the materials.
I need more time. Barrier of blood. There must be a way to bring it down.
True. My build has become powerful enough that I'm wishing I could up the difficulty. I guess they solved that in Diablo 3 by just having a shitload of difficulty levels that you could constantly switch between. I guess it just means I'll get through the story faster, so that's not a problem. I'm having the distinctly first world problem where, like, by the time I suck all the enemies in to corpse explode them, they're already dead.
Like, they're not even dying on the explosion anymore.
Yeah.
They're dying on the suck animation.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
Need harder challenges.
Profane clots.
Under old boughs hangs the heart fruit, swollen with hatred. Let it burst forth and flood the streams and burrows. In this crimson cradle, let there be born an amalgam of rage.
Nope, I think you whispered me again by accident.
Damn it, sorry.
No problem. Yeah, that's weird.
Let its anger ever burn, until it has devoured the whole of this wretched land.
Clefane's blood. It all flows here.
Whoa, this guy's cool looking.
I need more time. Stupid unique
more time.
Come to me, spawn of hatred. We have tender meat to hunt.
Damn it. Wounded, but not dead. Where has that creature gone? I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Come on.
No, she was already gone. And I fear she has taken a piece of you with her. A beast born from your blood.
It's my fault.
What part did you have in this?
A pact with Lilith to help me destroy the Knight's penitent.
Oh, bullshit.
In return for what?
I told her where Astaroth is hidden. Held high.
Why?
In her presence, I lost control. Rage
Hi, Kimmy.
consumed me.
Jaden's here. What? Your brother?
There's only one thing
What?
to do now.
What's he doing?
End the corruption.
Like Longinus. Or Doggo. Not better. Oh wow, they really want me to go back. Okay.
Did you tell her to stop getting you?
Hello. Never mind.
What a waste of knowledge.
Well, this is a bummer. Alright, this last lucky hit thing, let's see. Yeah.
It lucky hit in something like Dungeons and Dragons. What would that be equivalent to? Do they use that same term?
No, I noticed that it was in Gunfire Reborn.
Yeah.
That was the first time I had seen it. I guess they're trying to distinguish it from critical hit chance.
Right, it is different.
Because it's like you have a chance for a thing to happen, and then the thing that happens is dependent on your skills, right? Like lucky hit by itself doesn't do anything unless if you have a thing that says lucky hit does this or lucky hit does that.
Exactly. Yes.
I guess they wanted to have one stat on gear that affected the chance to proc for all those abilities. I mean, normally that would be called proc chance, is you have like a 30% chance for, I don't know, enemies to freeze when you hit them, but instead they've said you have a lucky hit chance for enemies to freeze, so they can just have one stat on all the gear. Which I guess is smart. Like, it gets kind of messy when you have millions of different percentage chance for things to happen.
This is the chance of things to freeze. This is the chance of things to stumble, and it's just like, no, just call a lucky hit and categorize everything under that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Gunfire Reborn uses it more as like an additional critical hit that can stack with crits.
I'm not ready yet.
Where is Donan?
The horned woman, the beast. Nothing could stop them. Not our steel, not our prayers.
Listen to me. I must find Donan. Where is he?
Somewhere inside. Dead, like the rest, for all I know. The light has forsaken this place.
I need more time.
I kind of wish elite enemies stood out a little bit better. They have like a symbol next to their name or something.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I want their bar to like glow.
Be a different color and their name to be a different color. Yeah.
Same. I was struggle with that.
To have like an outline around them. Sometimes I'll be fighting and like the only way I'll know I'm fighting an elite is because they're like not dead.
Right.
That's really unusual. That's something that Blizzard usually just completely nails. Maybe they thought it was too garish to have lots of different colors or something, but the games have had that figured out for a long time. Like, it's pretty easy to tell the bosses from the non-bosses in a game like Gunfire Reborn.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Yeah, I guess the only way you know is they have two little symbols under their health bar, but I'd rather their health bar like not be red and their name not be white.
I'm not ready yet.
Right. Like put spikes around that health bar.
Yeah, exactly.
Light, cleanse these faithful servants of their sin. Bring them peace in death. Bloody miracle you made it here in one piece. Lilith and that beast tore right through us. Could have killed me too. But she left me untouched. She's toying with me. Wants me to watch her destroy everything I've built. Damn it! Did you see Yorin the way you came?
No.
She hasn't won yet. There's still a chance to stop her. But I can't do it alone.
I keep saying they did a really good job with this story. Like, I really think they sat down and just like made a spreadsheet of every mistake they made in Diablo 3. Like, don't do that.
Put a red marker through it.
Yeah.
Let's not do that one again.
I didn't vanquish him like the stories say.
This might be Blizzard's one of their best stories. They're actually not very good at story.
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that the storytelling could use, like, they just need to bring some people in that instead of even trying to handle it themselves.
That's kind of been the problem, is that it's been like the game developer who writes the story, right? Like, those are different skill sets.
So Astaroth would never hurt anyone again.
And I get that, like, as you develop the game, you're probably kind of thinking of the story. I get that, but still bring somebody in.
Yeah.
But I couldn't risk a stranger finding out the truth.
Please, for all of us.
It's fun when you play a video game that was written by a writer. You can usually tell.
We should get moving.
Have you played the Spider-Man games on PS5?
No, I haven't had any opportunity to. Like,
they're really good.
I don't even think I've seen them played.
Yeah, I think you'd have a good time with them.
It's very rare to be in that kind of blind spot in gaming anymore.
Just
right?
not even aware of it.
In game, you're not, like, I'm aware it exists, but I've never seen it played. I've never played it. I don't know anybody that has it. Like, it's been a while for me since that's been the reality of anything in gaming for me.
When was the last time you saw
Even if you're not into Marvel, which I'm not particularly into, they're just really solid open world games, and they're really fun to play.
I ordered some guards to
You know, I like open world. Like, I look at it, and I, like, when I hear people talk about it, I'm like, I would try it. It just has not come across my desk for whatever reason.
I think we ran into a dangerous period in history where games just were being made open world just because like that phrase sells.
Yeah.
And they weren't actually making a game that's designed around being open world and has fun for it. But
it's open world because that's what they want.
did you play those Batman Arkham games back in the day?
As much as I could.
Yeah.
As much as I could.
They're similar to that, but more focus on the open world. I bring it up because they hired a writer to do the story, and it like really stands out from video games that did not.
Come quickly. I get you there. Yeah, I like the opportunity to give it a try. I'm just not in a full rush to go get a PlayStation.
Oh, I thought you had one. My bad. Maybe
PlayStation. No. I don't understand. Like, I like PlayStation, like as a company, but I don't understand really yet why anybody has one. Like, I hear the Spider-Man
gaming
games
PC.
are really good, but yeah, it's just like I just don't feel like the games are good enough to justify going to buy a whole console yet.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think the main reason people are doing is they don't want to mess around with a PC, but
And these consoles been like, is this like the longest we've gone in gaming history in being in the next generation of a console without like a respectable library? Like
it's a problem.
This is wild, bro. Like to be this long into this generation of gaming, and
I can't tell you a single Xbox Series game, right? That's that I would need an Xbox Series for. That's been out for years at this point.
I don't know what's happening. It's kind of scary. Thank God I'm in PC gaming.
Yeah, you were able to pivot. I think they actually, like, PC gaming has become such a big deal. They actually put the first Spider-Man game on PC. I played it on PlayStation just to not have to run it. But yeah, I could see if it's on sale on Steam or something.
Yeah, maybe for the,
it probably is because the second one just came out. So I bet the first one's cheaper now.
Yeah, I need to get on that thing. Because I'd be down to give it a whirl for sure. I've just been ignoring anything that says PlayStation on it.
Yeah. That might be another one that if Cameron's enjoying just kind of playing around with the controller, because just like swinging around the city isn't hard to do, but it feels really fun to do. So
I hear it's it's fluent and easy, but it's that fluent and easy.
It's insane. Like you just kind of, you press R2 and you swing, and then it's like being on a swing set. Like it does a thing you like press the jump button at the perfect time in your swing, like you would pump on the chains of a swing set. And it feels, it's like probably the best traversal in any video game that's ever been made. Like just moving around in that game feels incredible. Whereas a lot of open world games, like it's just kind of a hassle to go from place to place. Heroes, like I don't want to fast travel because I would love to just swing there.
She took the stone.
That's nice. I like stuff like that when they get that kind of thing right.
We need to find him.
I think I got about 15 minutes in me, and then my VOD's gonna be too long, so I'll probably take a break then if that works.
No, perfect. I'm getting up against the I need to eat something wall, so this is working out perfectly.
Beautiful.
Mighty Astaroth.
The Charred Duke.
The Charred Duke himself. Confined to a cage.
You know, at least I should say it's funny that we keep going to like lower and lower lieutenants, but at least they're not just reviving the guys from Diablo 2. That'd be the easy thing to do. Oh, well, they're back.
I am no longer welcome.
Here comes old Bebop and Roxy.
In exchange, I will give you freedom. And more. Donan's progeny. His pride and joy. Your retribution. If
The shadow there is cool.
what I want.
Oh, we're doing that. Sorry, Yorin. You're Astaroth now.
Another vision. Did you see Yorin?
Yes. He Lilith stabbed him with the Soul Stone.
My son?
Also, you can get back with me, but if you're free, if there's nothing booked, there might be an opportunity for us to go kind of hang on this coming Friday.
Sure, that sounds good.
I know
But,
what
you know, ... We can check in later this week and see how it's flowing.
There's still time.
Yeah, I got nothing going on.
You have to trust me. Meet me in the Great Hall.
What do we do now?
We must find Yorin as quickly as possible. I realize how hopeless this all seems, but I've spent half my life studying the Soul Stone. I know its nature. It will take time for Astaroth to overpower my boy. I taught him well. Even now, he's resisting the demon's influence. They'll be close by. Karagar, perhaps. All those innocents to burn will excite Astaroth, make him fight harder to take control.
Lilith has what she wanted from Astaroth. Why would she linger here?
I don't know.
Do you have this installed on your SSD? I feel like you played enough that it would make sense.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I don't cycle enough big games anyway, to not put everything on my SSD. 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm only playing like 2 games actively at a time anyway.
Right, you can just uninstall it when you're done with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes
That's what I
sense.
tend to do.
I think they're increasingly having the problem where the developers are like building the game and testing it on an SSD, and then this game has been running fine. Actually, I was actually having a lot of problems with it last time, so maybe they patched it. That giant patch I had to install, like I'm not having the audio cutting out anymore, and
Oh, good.
the
I forgot
game's
that
not
was a
like
thing.
hanging really bad. Yeah, the hang thing was driving me nuts. Like the game would just lock for like a second and a half.
I forgot we was having that happening.
Oh, weird. Region progress? I haven't seen this before. Do I get extra skill points? Pressed the button by accident and found out I can get some more skill points. Okay.
Yeah, I love that. Right? Oh,
I was
there's
leaving
XP
that on the table. What the fuck?
There's XP under this couch.
The hell is wrong with me? Ultimate. Wave of Blood. Army of the Dead. One Storm. So one of these do something with corpses. Oh, good. Yeah, that's what we want then. Sounds great, Peter.
Oh, mackerel.
One second. 226 plus 133. 4. Okay. I can't let my VOD go over 6 hours, and I think I opened by ranting for several minutes, so I'm trying to figure out like how close I am to 6 hours. So, this is actually probably a good stopping point for me then. So, We're close to the end of Act 2, and then, so is there an Act 4, or is it just 1 through 3?
I cannot remember, sorry.
Okay, yeah, it's so long ago that you finished it and haven't had to touch it since then.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll keep going, and I'll try to get to the end game so I can join you doing stuff. That'll be fun.
Hey, we getting there.
Gonna happen.